so time to breathe. Why don't they know that every G
Tuesday, here again. It's Tuesday. Be the bad apple time. It's time for Touhou Touhuseday again. You know it is already time for Tuesday. You know deep down it just can't last. Tuesday is here. And stand up, I can show you how.
Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. That's of sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real.
Oh, hey, oh, Tag, guten Tag, guten Nacht, guten Morgen, guten Abend. Ohayou gozaimasu. Hello, hi, howdy, how's it going? It's Touhuseday. Touhuseday. Yeah, what's the matter if we can't be steady time? We can at least be here time. You know what I mean? Of course you do.
Laughing hearts won't let evil stay. Gleaming mask of true villain's terror. Breaking through, show the world.
Everybody. Yeah. Touhou Touhuseday. Yeah. Touhou's back, alright. Touhou's time tonight. So everybody, yes. Yes. Beat Touhou 7 on a 12-hour stream and it was worth it. Listen, if we have to do a 12-hour stream, the first few hours are gonna be like fun, happy, good times, and then it's gonna immediately fall into me being sad and miserable. Also, damn it, I left my coffee. I will be right back. I'm gonna put some coffee in the Damn I Love Frogs mug, and we're gonna find out if it's coated in lead or not. I hope this mug is not actually covered in like lead paint. I've owned a few mugs in the past that have lead paint, like my Xeon mug.
Hearts of metal still can feel. Hearts of metal still can feel. That's the sorrow still can heal. It's your past that makes you real. Smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever? I've taken everything you could have ever been. I'll snap this birdie's wing. No way you'll ever win. could you be so bold? Your friends all left you cold. You're hanging out to dry. Now let me hear you cry. Crack a smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever? This is my game you're playing. Your grave is where you're staying. I'll break your hero spirit. Want conflict? Hero, give it! Crack a smile and stay a while. Crack a smile and stay a while. Why don't you stay forever?
Okay. Hi, everybody. We're properly here.
Now that we're here in a
Coffee
final
is had.
light has left you at
I'm
the start.
going Gunther mode. I'm going Gunther mode. Ugh. I've got coffee. I've got Touhou. I just broke something, but you know what? It's probably fine. Yeah. So, I just broke something. Oh no. Oh no, what did I do? Hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm gonna leave that broken over there. Hi. Da-da-da-da! Hello, everybody. Go, go, Falcon 9! Fight, fight, Falcon 9! You cannot beat us if you try. I am Rumia, I live in darkness. The sun is something I wish to avoid. With arms outstretched, I reject the light, and I won't bump into walls this time. We are Circle 9, we are not retarded. What we lack in brains, we make in brawn. I am known as Regal Nightbug. Safety numbers is my creed. They won't let me into restaurants soon. Wait, it's someday soon, I'll have my revenge. Hello, everybody. Hi, Nix. Hi, Neko. Hello, lurkers. Hi, everybody. How are you today? It's Touhouseday, the best day of the year. That's right. It only shows up 52 days of the year. And it's that day when we Touhou all day. Or at least for a couple of hours before everything gets done. I saw you earlier, Flamin' TP. Hello as well to you. Hello, hello, hello. Flaming TP is going to be the baddest of apples. Hello. Oh no, something is coming off of the new mug that I just got. Oh no. Oh no. I just got this mug. Is it really chipping Oh wait, that's glaze? Okay. Please don't be already losing glaze in my damn mug. Oh, that's awkward. Alright, hold on. That's... You know... It's probably fine, chat. I've got my Damn I Love Frogs mug. I'm not gonna be on, like, super cool 2D stuff yet. We're gonna do some Touhou. And I will get the model working in a bit, but I really wanted my coffee. Because, chat, sometimes you just need some coffee. Sometimes you just need the coffee. Now that you're here for the Touhou Showdown. Him is buying cheap mugs? No, somebody in chat, good old Eduardo, got me some delightful, amazing, and delicious delicious lead paint chips. And by that, I mean he got me a mug. This is Damn I Love Frogs. It's a Pepe the Frog mug. It's a Pepe the Frog mug. It says, Damn, I love frogs. And so I decided to use it. And it might be a little bit of a cheap mug. Maybe. But, yeah. No, it's actually got Peepo on the side. Instead of Pepe. Got a little Peepo on the side. Lead paint chips. I love lead paint chips. Hey, Touhou Project, are you, you loading? Or, no? Yes? There we go. Hi, everybody. It's me, Himbus Wimbus Cotimbus. What do you mean it's not working? What do you mean it's not? Hold on. Uh-oh. Excuse me? Is it working now? Okay, cool. What the fuck was that then? What the fuck was that then? What? Huh. Interesting. But okay. That's, bizarre, but fine. Alright. Alright, I think I've got everything working, chat. Okay. Touhou should be working. But yeah, no, I don't buy cheap mugs. I let other people do that for me. Chat, you should know that by now. Welcome in to the start of something new. We've been doing a lot of practice when I should have been doing collabs, chat. I hope you understand this. I have had friends who have asked to hang out with me, and I've gone like, okay, I will hang out with you, but I must be able to play Touhou in the background. Don't worry about it, it's alright. I'm trying to practice to become the very best like no one ever was. Just let me have my 9-to-5 job practicing Touhou. I'm gonna have an 80-hour Touhou practice week. It's gonna be great. We're gonna do a donathon at one point, and the donathon goals are all going to be play more Touhou. And whether you donate or not, it's actually the timer just keeps going up forever. It's all just Touhou. It's gonna be great. And the only way to get the Touhou to stop will be to donate money. It'll be great. You have to donate more money than the timer goes down. You know what I mean? So the timer's constantly going to be going up of how much time we have left to play Touhou. And people will give money to have it go down. Himawari being a bad apple, so he won't be a bad apple, is brilliant. Yes, it's the secret logic that we've all been waiting for. In the Touhou part of the Touhou? Yeah. Alright, hold on. I have to make sure we also have Kick Up. Oh my gosh, did you guys see that the, there's been some scandal? Because there was a murder on Kick, apparently. Play more Touhou. There's a Minecraft server that's making everything from Touhou Project to finish the outskirts of the Devil Mansion. Well, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If I'm playing Touhou, I'm just staying at the shrine. And I'm just gonna, like, sweep with a broom. I'm gonna, like, get a broom, and I'm gonna just start sweeping. I'm not gonna, like, do anything. I'm not gonna, like, talk to anybody. I'm not gonna explore Gensokyo. I'm just gonna hang out of the Hakure Shrine and sweep the floors, because I think it'd be funny. And I also think it's probably the safest place to be. I mean, who attacks Hakure Shrine? Let's be honest here. No one would ever attack Hakure Shrine. Excuse me, pardon. There we go. There we go.
The more we are able to violently oppress the locals, the less likely they are to violently oppress us. Yeah.
The amount of incidents that have resulted in the Hakurei Shrine being destroyed, oh boy, there's a few. No. It's gonna be the safest place. Listen, Hakurei Shrine is obviously the safest place in Gensokyo. By the way, I tried something stupid today, chat. I have some Thai tea mix, and I mixed it in with my Thai coffee. Okay, good news. It does not taste awful, it just tastes burnt. It only tastes burnt. This is fine. Yes, run away so I can kill you! No! In real life! In your house! In Southern California! I'm going to stalk you to learn your patterns! Then I'm going to wear your skin and your pretty makeup and your dresses! Like the ancient Irish! Yeah, no, it just tastes a little bit burnt. It should be fine. So I've got coffee, which should allow me to hyper-focus by no longer being tired all the time. Don't worry, coffee, I've been told, is a harmless yet addictive substance. So I'm probably going to be fine. I have been blacking out from a lack of sleep today. And so instead of actually getting sleep or getting medical assistance, I've decided that we are going to just Touhou, and I'm going to drink coffee until I can no longer feel better by drinking coffee, or I get the shakes, whichever one comes first, and then we're just going to end the stream that way. It's probably a good idea, right? I wouldn't say harmless, as you could die from it. What? No! 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 I'm drinking coffee like Zun drinks beer. No! But you do you. Listen, I'm not going to die. It's gonna be fine. Drinking from a 32-ounce can of coffee. Listen, I would love to someday be able to just sit down and have a beer with Zun. You know that, chat? One of these days, far beyond the sea, I want to be able to have a beer with Zun. I think that'd be fun. Like me and Zun hanging out, having drinks. Him not speaking English, me not speaking Japanese. Just like hanging out, having some drinks. Awkwardly laughing. It would be great. Listen, I'm telling you. I'm not saying that if I was going to hang out with him, I wouldn't, like, you know, refresh my Japanese and actually, like, hardcore dedicate myself to being able to properly, politely interact, right? I'm just saying that, you know, I would learn how to properly speak to him, and then I just wouldn't. It would be funny. Hear me out. You go on a trip to Japan, and you learn German. Then you start only speaking German while you're in Japan. It is such a good idea. What could possibly go wrong? Dye your hair bright blonde. Put in blue-eyed contacts. Only speak German. It'll be fun. I'm just saying. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. Thank you for agreeing. Wikipedia says Zun drinks at least one a day. Zun's amazing. Well, I mean, he's amazing because the single beer that he has per day allows him to kill the weak brain cells and lets the strong take over their place. In order to be a smart man, you have to be willing to kill the weak and the frail brain cells. Those brain cells that, you know, other people might not be able to get rid of, right? It's like eugenics for your brain cells, alright? You just kind of have to make sure that the brain cells that are there that remain are actually the high-quality ones, right? Because, like, you don't want to accidentally kill off the smart brain cells and then be left with just the dumb brain cells that tell you things like, I don't know, Taylor Swift is a good musician. Like, you don't want to be left with those brain cells because that can cause some major problems for you in the long run. I'm just saying. Agree with me or not, it's probably something you need to accept deep down inside, right? Only the good die young, so that means we have to make sure that everyone dies young. Right? Right? Certified 9-ball? Oh, hell yeah. Welcome to 9-Ball Island, oh. It's Touhou time! Hey chat, do you feel like Touhouing it up right now? It's time, everybody! Go, go, Touhou time! Fight, fight, Touhou time! You cannot beat us if you try. Go! All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, I should be allowed to be the champion of Touhou, right? Also, if I just play really well and I never die, I'll be able to remember how to play, right? There we go. There we go. Excuse me, pardon me. There we go. I do. No, 12 more. I love when Zun said it's Touhouing time and Touhou'd all over the place. Dude, that's my favorite part. That is my favorite part of him becoming the man he is today. I just love the fact that he was able to violently Touhou all the Touhous, and he Touhou'd his Touhou till the Touhou. You know what I mean? You get it. You get it. Alright. I believe... Boom, 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 boom. I believe in a little thing called love, way down in the bottom of the heart. Singing words of wisdom. Let Touhou. Let Touhou. Ooh. So we're at the halfway point of my coffee pot already? Wait, you're 25 minutes late? I gave you guys a half hour of prep time. I thought that, like Batman, you guys would be able to more successfully, like, show up if I gave you guys prep time. The waiting room is where it's at, you know what I mean? Like, I give you guys, like, half an hour, maybe an hour to show up, and then you guys are able to show up en masse and violently explode, right? That's how it's supposed to work, isn't it? I was a minute early. I'm Neko. N-E-K-O, Neko. Neko Skirit. It's Touhou time! Time to Touhou all over the place! Hold on. I am a calm and collected individual. I'm always 10 minutes after being an hour late. Oh, okay. You know, that makes sense too. Whoa, hey, hi, hello. Hey, China, I would really like you to be nicer to me, and I would also like you to not be placing your battleships on my shores, please? Cease. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bully an asthmatic woman? I mean, like, that's just a regular Tuesday afternoon. Shoot. Hi, excuse me. Yeah, I'm just gonna bomb after death because it's funny. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, listen. We may have lost like 4 lives there. What do you play? Cows that play Touhou. Remu. Really? 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 So wait, Fake Nix, you're saying that you are fashionably late, right? You know, I should probably stop drinking coffee because I'm already getting heart palpitations of some kind, but the coffee will make me able to face off against our lovely, lovely librarian friend. This poor little asthmatic girl. Same reason that anime girls say moo-woo. Yes. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Pardon me. Clanker, clank, clank, clank. Why is everybody trying to make clanker an insult these days? Come on. Robots can't be insulted. They don't have feelings. Robots don't have feelings, and George Droid isn't real. He's like the Easter Bunny and the King of England. There we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on, slide it through. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Give me that bomb. Thank you. We're only at 30,000 score. You know, that's probably fine, right? Pardon me. Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? You know what? I'm gonna be over here on this side real quick. This thing's gonna be safer here. There we go. Do you guys believe in a thing called love way down in the bottom of the heart? Come on. Yep, just grab all that, It'll be funny. Hear me out. Damn it! I thought I was gonna be able to slide through that. Oh, come on. Don't you, like, immediately shove that into the middle there. We had a good run. And then as soon as I realized we were having a good run, we started failing. Why does that happen every single time? Why? Every time. Oh, hi, Patchy. Hello. She's cute. Chats, she's cute. Do you guys think we could get her an inhaler? Or do you think that she already has, like, a magic inhaler? What if we defeated Patchy by lighting up a cigarette? Like, you just start smoking next to Patchy, and that's how you beat her? We add a character who smokes, gets in the same room as Patchy. Patchy just, like, gets down on her knees and starts coughing, goes red in the face, starts crying, and then you just walk past as she recovers. And that's how you defeat Patchouli. It's the secret. Holy shit, I've got too much energy right now. I've gone from being really, really fucking tired to being really, really fucking wired. And that is not necessarily a good swap. I'm gonna level with you. Alright. Nope, forgot about the laser entirely. Alright, so this is not going to be a good run, and the next few are probably not going to be because my stomach's starting to hurt. It may not have been a great idea to mix Thai tea with Thai coffee. Yeah, no. It may not have been a good idea to mix Thai tea with Thai coffee, because we did terribly on the score-wise. We did really good on the initial stage there, and then I kept drinking coffee. I probably should have sipped a little bit of it, then left it there waiting for a bit, then sipped more of it, instead of chugging an entire thing of coffee because it tasted pretty good. Well, let's still try and see what we can do here. See if we can actually get things good here. One of the biggest things I think I have to do, just in general, is try and get a little bit better about staying calm and collected without losing actual, like, focus lines. I've noticed a lot in this. The times when I do best are when I've got the energy to be awake, but I've got the actual distraction enough to not be taking it too seriously, right? It's this weird sort of balance between keeping focused and not getting nervous, because you kind of want to be enough of a focus and attention that you can get through these segments here, do these maneuvers where you can, pick up the early points, and then swap over to just getting, or pick up the early power, then get the points. So we can try and get some of the lives over there. Because the more lives we can get, the better, even whether it's early on or whether it's late on. But getting up to max is incredibly important, right? Getting up to max and staying there makes everything a lot easier. Because when you're actually positioned properly already, you don't have to worry about literally anything other than not dying. Not even necessarily killing the enemy boss, just not dying, right? And yes, killing the enemy boss is good. Killing the enemy boss is great and all, because it gets you some extra points and whatnot. The points can give you lives later. But the main thing that I keep running into seems to be an issue less related to the actual fighting of the boss, and more to the not slamming my face into bullets, because I'm distracting myself away from the important things and grabbing unimportant things like a single points pickup, right? I genuinely, firmly believe that there is a way, some way, for me to be able to hit that solid middle ground on there. Ideally, with all of this, I'd like to be able to get to a point where we can have as much stuff on autopilot mentally as possible, and I am able to actively, properly converse with everybody on a semi-reliable basis. We're able to have some good, like, fun jokes, tell some good stories and whatnot, but be able to also beat the games in a semi-timely manner. I wouldn't say that I'd want to be to the point where I'm beating, like, 1 CC on a single stream, or even on 10 streams. I do think that it would be nice to have a speed where we could eventually get to the point where I'm getting, like, maybe each game only takes, like, 3 months instead of 6 or a year. It would be genuinely quite lovely. There we go. It would also be nice to be a little bit better able to do micro adjustments, but I'm not entirely sure what the best way to do that would be long term. Good. I also don't know why sometimes the Twitch chat will just do a little bit of an animation type pop-up at the bottom of the chat box, and then the next thing you know, it goes away. So it's just light. It's enough for me to be distracted from the game, but it's not enough for me to, like, consciously be able to see what the hell it is. I think it's that reconnecting message. Oh shit. Yeah, I think it might be. Alright. While I have a semi-captive audience here, I'd like to ask, how have you folks been enjoying the collabs lately? I know we've been doing a lot of them. It's mostly just because when people ask me to do a collab, I usually will just go, alright, cool. If you give me a date, I'll do this collab, we'll hang out, we'll have some fun. I'm cool for it, right? I very rarely will turn down a collab if I've got the time free, right? Yoink. Because personally, I do enjoy hanging out with people, and even if I'm not like a big fan of collabs in the sense that I get way too stressed out about them, and I usually shut down mentally after, or I get a little bit agitated from them, I still want to do them and I still want to help out other people. But I want to make sure that it's not like a big thing where everybody is super frustrated with them. I know I get frustrated with that stuff sometimes when a creator spends more time doing collaborations than they do making their own content. Because I'm there for the creator, not necessarily the collab, right? I personally don't watch a lot of collab content. I'd prefer to just find the talents solo. But I understand that a lot of the industry happens to be focused around the idea of collabs. A lot of the industry seems to be focused around a lot of things that I don't do as well. There's of course the whole sponsorship stuff that everybody does, and the only sponsorship I go with is Dragon's Treasure because it's kind of fun to just do those little deliveries, right? It's not like I'm sitting here trying to figure out ways to actually make money off of it. And also, just he's good. We have a lot of oh jeez, what's that big one recently? Like, because I know we all figured out that Honey was a horrific scam. But you know, okay. There was established titles, there was the Honey stuff. What was the order on that? Kamikoto Blades was one, right? The Kamikoto Blades stuff, which were the scam blades. Established titles, which I'm pretty sure was run by the same guys who were doing the Kamikoto scam. You had... Established titles was the scam where it's like they said you were buying land, but you didn't even get the land. It was supposed, and the trees didn't get planted. Oh yeah, that was right, because they were like, you'll get this tiny parcel of land, you'll be able to help plant these trees to help save this forest, you'll have your little plot, oh, and you'll have a title of nobility. And it's like, whether that part is bullshit or not, right? Hello there, John Doe. Hello, hello. Whether that part is bullshit or not, the idea of actually being able to, like, have a tree planted for your money, that shit's cool, right? Even if, you know, they're charging you, like, 150 times what the actual tree would be worth, and they're not even planting it. Hold on a second. Wait, they're not even planting it? That's my problem with it, right? There's been a lot of those kind of scams where they'll literally lie to your fucking face, and you're actively just giving them money for literally nothing. We had the Kamikoto Blades, there was the established titles, which, remember, Brandon Herrera was supporting the established titles and what was the other one? Because Honey was one of the big scams that literally was stealing from content creators their, like, click-through, and would actively work to give more money to PayPal than anybody else, because, remember, Honey's owned by PayPal. The scumbag company that told Steam that they're not allowed to sell video games because they don't want Steam to be successful and want to promote other alternative platforms because they don't like Gabe, and is actively engaging in cartel tactics. We got the cartels doing their thing. Established titles, there's Kamikoto Blades. I'm trying to think of the other one. There was Honey, of course. There's always been, like, Raid Shadow Legends, which the only scam there is that they're preying on the vulnerable in order to try and get people to spend way too much fucking money on shit that literally doesn't matter. Doing the classic, like, krill whale tactics, where there is basically no fucking game. Hold on, I'll read your comment in a second here. I just want to try and get through this. I heard CS is going international police. Crying about gamers fighting back. Yes, because they actively want to. They believe that international... No, I'm not going to restart. They believe that international means more than any nation. They don't believe in the rights for nations to exist. And I'm going to be honest. Any nation should not allow people to be of the opinion that their nation shouldn't exist. Hot take. I don't believe in freedom of speech in the sense that a lot of people do. I do believe that there is actually dangerous speech. Believe it or not. I know, it's crazy, it's crazy, it's crazy. But hear me out, right? I believe that the only actual dangerous speech is that which actively threatens the existence of a nation. I think nothing else is dangerous speech. I don't think it should be things that are offensive. I don't think it should be things that talk people down. Some books should be burned. Some speech should be banned. But the vast majority should not. I believe that speech or books that pose an active, demonstrable threat to the existence of a nation should be banned by that nation. Because a nation's responsibility is to the safety of its people, and it cannot secure a safety of its people, a future for its citizenry, if it doesn't exist. And I think that any movement that pushes for this whole idea of, like, one world governments is not just a bad idea, it is an idea that should be fucking banned. And I know. Nobody comes to the internet, man. The internet funny man for his politics. But I'm gonna give him anyway because I feel like it, you know? You know, actually, we are doing a pretty good job about making it back to Patchy's library over and over again. I think we might have hit our, not necessarily our new limitation there, but I think we've definitely moved to a better spot than we were. You good? NWO's already in control of most of the world, though. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I would rather have a series of feuding kings, even if you have despotic kings, I would rather have kings than I would ever have this international cartel of bullshit where you don't even have the people that run your country being on the same continent as you, run by a bunch of bankers who set shit up in the 1800s to try and make the ultimate government that they could run for literally fucking ever, and a bunch of people sitting in shadows who've been alive since, you know, in some cases over 80 years ago, 90 years ago, who haven't actually interacted with their citizenry, who their citizenry don't even know the names of. I mean, I'm just saying, right? Like, give me an actual king where I can have a name, where I can have a face, where I can have, like, an association. Let me have the opportunity to have pride in my leadership, pride in my rulership. Give me a chance to be able to see these people and know that they are fighting either for me, against me, whatever. You know what I mean? Let me know that my nation is gonna exist in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, fucking hell. I know it sounds crazy, because it is. To a lot of people, that mindset is fucking bizarre, right? But that's me, right? Love it or hate it, I don't fucking care. I'm gonna be me, and I'm gonna talk about that shit because it's something I can talk about without having to super hard think about. It's not crazy, it's facts. Run by people destroying farms to replace them with chemically created food factories so they can live in privilege as we live as slaves in the factory. Well, the thing is, their privilege isn't even the same quality of privilege that it used to be. Like, that's what these idiots don't fucking realize, is that their methodology here... Like, okay, let me take a moment here, right? I am from noble stock. Hello. Hi. I'm not, like, born a fucking peasant or anything. The standards of nobility in the modern age are so much fucking lower than they've ever been, and they have to do more and more horrifying shit to maintain less and less fucking benefits, while on a piece of paper it says they've got more and more. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like, they're working harder and harder to do more and more fucked up shit for less and less reward. Like, I mean, maybe my perspective is not like the common man's perspective or like the average guy who's sitting there who just goes like, man, fuck you, Hima, how the hell are you talking like that? Because, I mean, I think that they should have a standard of comfort. And I think that the comfort they're settling for is a very hollow comfort, where less and less people are having access to, admittedly, what feels like more and more, but what in practice is less and less. Even the wealthy, even the powerful, are having actually less and less, while feeling like they've got more and doing more fucked up stuff to keep less and less of this. Like, it looks cool to have a solid gold Cadillac and all this other shit, but do you know how few of them actually get that stuff? How few of them are genuinely getting any of the old experiences that they used to have here? They don't really have most of the shit they used to, you know what I mean? Well, the thing is, they're not getting an extra 50 cents a month. In many cases, they're doing that destruction, going for that 50 cents a month, and for the first month they'll have an extra 50 cents, but then they'll lose $2. And that's the thing we keep fucking seeing over and over again that I think a lot of these people don't understand. You're costing yourself more money. And again, this whole, like, one world government is nice in theory, where it's like, okay, we'll have ourselves nice and centralized and thrown away to the side. We can run the entirety of the world. It'll be nice and peaceful for us, and we get to sit back here, and the peasantry will make things for us and do this, that, the other. You understand, you're going to have less and less people who are going to be able to fulfill the job. You're going to have more and more kids. You, the rich, are going to have more of these kids who are going to want that power, and it's not going to be available. You're having less people able to have this, and the people that do have these things, despite the fact that on the short haul, it looks good, it looks proper, you're actually still having less than your parents had. Like, even at the top levels of society, a lot of this shit seems like it's so much fucking extra, seems like it's so much fucking more. You're fighting harder to, at the end of the day, have less, but feel better about yourself, while you're doing your little pet projects to kill, like, what? I think Bill Gates wants to kill 98% of humanity on the fucking planet. Like, that's their big solution. Well, these methods don't work, but they would work if we killed more people. And that's still not... No. Because having more people means that you have more of this variety, means that you have more of these opportunities, there's more land for different groups to be able to run. The slop water and the butter thing? Yes, I do. I remember showing that to people and then being told that I was fucking crazy. Huh. There's this also, like, big sense of spite with a lot of these noblesse. They've forgotten their obligations. They have forgotten their duties, their standards, their requirements. And in many of these cases, they never got taught it. Because you have a bunch of these new money idiots who came in and just start fucking ruining things. You have new money idiots who only worship themselves. You have these old money families acting like new money, which, I'm gonna be honest, nothing quite disgusts me to the same degree as an old money family deciding that it's time to act like new money. I'm sorry, you're better than this. You are not the fucking peasantry. Stop acting like it. What the hell? Seriously? Seriously? What the fuck is wrong with you? And the thing is, anytime they have any of this advice that's supposed to be going to them, it's not. They ignore the advice, they ignore their elders, ignore their families, ignore the advisors' positions. They have all these different people who can tell them how to fix this shit, and they won't listen to it. Because they're listening, instead of actually listening to the real, deeper advice, they hear the surface-level arguments of smarter men, the I'm going to just say it, lies of smarter men. They'll listen to the lies that their grandfather told the public, and they will ignore the actual truth behind his words. There's always a multi-layered thing. There's the layer that you tell the public. There's the layer that you have for your family. And then there's reality. So there's the true believers, the public, the hostiles, yourself. And a lot of times, to have an actual plan fucking work, you need to work off the for yourself. Work off the reality of the plan, not the fucking, like, surface level bullshit that you tell the public on a regular basis. It is so very, very agitating. It's like, yes, you're going to the right schools. Okay, cool. You're going to the right schools. Are you learning the right things at those right schools? Are you still having advisors who have access to these other environments? Because if you want to run a populace, you have to have advisors who have access to the populace. You don't want to be a part of the populace. The populace are beneath you. But you still need to be able to have access to that knowledge. And repeatedly locking yourselves off or trying to look towards artificial intelligence or your long-term algorithms is not going to be conducive for a sustainable nation. It's not going to be conducive for a sustainable anything. They've so much bought into the useful idiots storyline that they're not actually remembering why the hell some of these plans have been in place for 100, 200, 300 fucking years more. There are certain plans that have been in place for over 1,000 fucking years that these people are screwing up hard because they don't fucking pay attention to the damn books that tell them how the hell the plan's supposed to go. They're working off of the peasants' knowledge and acting like that's reality. No, it's not. Fucking hell. It's so fucking aggravating. Because again, the grandparents of a lot of these people were fairly smart. They understood this shit. They played dumb on the fucking surface level. And there's some of these people who are still trying to play dumb. The problem is their actual intelligence level is so much fucking lower than it's ever been. We have these people who are already fucking idiots, who are trying to play dumb. And when you have these fucking idiots, genuinely idiots, who are trying to play dumb instead of trying to learn to better themselves and be in a position where they can fulfill their obligation as nobility, because again, nobility has an obligation. Believe it or not, it's not just sitting in a fucking throne room saying, oh, kill this person, oh, do this, oh, do that, oh, do the other. No. There's obligations in cultural learnings. There's obligations in historical educations. There's obligations in the kind of knowledge that breaks a man's mind. There's this obligation to understand and to see things that the peasantry shouldn't have to. The peasantry shouldn't have to be exposed to a lot of this shit. Pisses me off, man. Peasants in the past are living a life of luxury by today's standards. Yes! And they're trying to get rid of that. They're trying to get rid of the evidence that that ever fucking happened, right? I mean, there is some degree to which the peasantry did live a worse life, but the thing is, for all of, like, this surface level shit, all of this weird, like, sophistry, pedantry, all of this obsession with these various, like, degrees of appearance of things, the actual, like, luxurious comfort, the genuine proper comfort, even for the wealthy, is fucking awful. Oh my goodness. Like, this... It's just fucking unacceptable how low people's standards have had to go in every single fucking walk, because we have all these people who, again, they're believing ideas that are created for people who aren't supposed to be leaders. They're genuinely buying the ideologies that were created to keep the peasantry in line, and they're trying to build governance around these ideals, thinking that there's some wizened ancient sage. I'm not smart. I'm not some, like, super genius or anything. I just went to the same fucking educational system and sat there and looked, and it's like, oh, alright, cool. So, there's multi-layers to a lot of these damn things, and it's pissing me off to a fair fucking degree, right? Because none of this stuff is hard to fix if you actually pay attention to the wisdoms of your own damn family. If you genuinely just honored your family's plans and honored your family's wishes instead of trying to reinvent the fucking wheel. We have a lot of people who are trying to make new ideologies because the old ones don't work. They're trying to make new plans, new this, new that, destroy the old guard, destroy this, destroy that, or they're trying to, like, when they grab the old info, a lot of the times what they're grabbing is, as I said, that surface level first step bullshit, right? The stuff you feed the peasantry, you feed the cattle to keep them in line and give them something to hope for. Or, they'll take that, sorry, words, brain is getting a little bit frazzled. They'll take that surface level bullshit, and they'll try to build it into something new, and they'll go like, let's reject all of the old ways, let's reject all of the things that actually work here, because I want something that I've made. I'm gonna be honest, the knowledge that works, the knowledge that actually genuinely well and truly works, is usually not the work of one solitary man. It's not the work of one solitary family. It's a collection of ideals from different groups in these things. A diversity of fucking thought instead of a diversity of skin color or IQ level. Fucking hell, hate this fight. Fucking hate this fight right now. It's a genuine, actual, like, variance on thought process. Fuck this. No, we're restarting. It's a genuine variance on thought process that builds to a different series of ideals, creating, with a combination of random chance and actual education, a different view of the world that establishes something slowly over multiple generations of trial and error testing. Just like how usually most revolutions are not actually done by popular grassroots demand, they're set up by a bunch of rich folks who decide to adopt onto something. Oh my goodness. You need a combination of the grassroots, you need a combination of from the bottom and from the top. There are groups of people who believe that it's only from the top, and groups of people who believe it's only from the bottom, and they kind of tend to fight immediately between each other. There's all these, like, drives to try and reinvent the fucking wheel, but maybe the wheel we've got would work if we just went back to the actual blueprints and understood the underlying causes instead of just going to the dogmatic approach of, well, the piece of paper says this. Okay, what does the piece of paper actually mean with that? What did the piece of paper genuinely have behind that? What's the actual purpose versus the documentation on the surface level, right? Because sometimes when something doesn't work, it's not that it's not working because the thing is flawed, it's working because you're reading the wrong proof. Back in the olden times, when you would make a blueprint or a design for something, or let's say an alchemical formula, there would be a version of the alchemical formula that you would be able to access that would have coded instructions layered into it, right? The easiest way I can describe this is, let's say you have, we'll just say, a headache medicine. It cures headaches completely, right? And you think it doesn't work at all because when you follow the direct instructions word for word, it doesn't cure your headache, it actually just makes your headache worse. And so you're going to make a new formula instead and throw that away and understand that you have to get rid of the actual headache formula medicine that you were using before, right? Well, the guy who made that didn't want people to steal his formula and wanted to be successful, so the write-down he has there, he changes every single object in that formula listing over one position in his own book. And he'll have like a hint or what have you, and when you slide it over that one position, you find out, oh, it actually works just fine. But a lot of these people are looking at those formula listings, and they'll either see, hey, hold on, this thing doesn't work at all, we have to reinvent the wheel, or, no, this used to work. We know that other people made it work. We have to follow the recipe to the letter, and if you don't follow the fucking recipe, we're going to kill you. Not understanding that the recipe that they're following was coded to make sure that other people couldn't copy it. Or was coded so that people didn't realize that that headache medicine requires rat poison as one of the ingredients, but the actual neutralizing factors make it so that it'll work without killing you. It's actually perfectly safe because of these neutralizers we have here, but you see that it has rat poison in it, you're not going to use it. So you give a version of it to the public that they can have access to that says that it doesn't have rat poison. Instead, it's got these other things. And we do have this collection of people who, again, they're midwits. I myself am not the smartest man. I've said that time and time again, and I will say it till the day I die. There are a lot of these midwits who show up, who are maybe slightly below my level, maybe at my level, maybe even above my level, right? But they are individuals who believe themselves to be far and away better than they are and above their fucking station, who have been convinced by the modern day's era, the modern day's requirements, the modern era's politics and what have you, that they have to be smarter than they are, and they get this level of fucking arrogance beyond measure, just beyond the fucking pale, right? And so they have to be smarter than everyone who came before. There's also this whole, like, weird fucking obsession and fascination that people have with this idea that modern age is better than prior age because prior age happened before. Right? They all have an overinflated ego. Yes, they do. Well, and it's like, you can have somebody who's incredibly smart, who has this fucking weird-ass, like, hyper-ego that will make them act retarded. And no one will be able to teach them anything because they're so up their own ass with this stuff. And we see it again and again and again and again and again. It just keeps fucking happening. And it's so fucking frustrating because, again, some of these people are genuinely smart. They're well educated, they've been to the right schools, they've done the right things, they have everything they need to be successful, but because of their own fucking ego, they're going to stand there and make the dumbest fucking decisions. Or because they're blindly following a doctrine without understanding the doctrine and understanding where the actual reality of the thing is beneath the surface layer. Almost every ideology, almost every doctrine is going to have a multi-layered approach for the different individuals that you're going to change the approach as you get closer to the top. Like it or not, most political organizations, most religious organizations, most anything will have the entry level where they hyper-simplify shit or they hide things in order to try and keep people from misunderstanding shit and freaking out. Because there are the average person who is really fucking stupid. The peasants shouldn't vote because a lot of them are fucking stupid. Or they're mal-educated by situations that you cannot address. And once they can be addressed, once you fill the groundwork and readjust these things for them to be able to be addressed, they can learn a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. But we have all of these fucking people who will sit there and instead of actually adjusting these things or actually laying the framework so that somebody can understand the deeper levels, the deeper meanings, the deeper layers, they'll dive them into the deep end because, well, we have to be transparent. We have to be this. We have to be that. We can't hide this information at all. Okay, cool, sweet, fine, you've given them all this info and they took the wrong fucking lesson away. And now we've got a bunch of people who half understand it, who think they understand literally everything, who think that they can handle every single aspect of this because they have this tiny bit of info and they don't need more. Cool. Or you have these people who will come in and again, will just they'll either blindly trust what little info they have and misunderstand it. Okay, restart. They'll blindly trust the information they have, misunderstand it, and just hardcore barrel forward, right? Man, my brain is scrambling up. This is a fucking problem. See, this is why I don't talk about some of these deeper ideas and whatnot, because a lot of times I am going to just scramble my head, forget where I'm talking about, and kind of adjust accordingly. This is also why I'm probably never going to run a political channel or the like. I have an understanding in my head of exactly what I mean here, but it's kind of hard to get that into proper verbiage, into proper words, without stumbling over myself. And I suppose that's fine, because people don't come here for, like, deep philosophical knowledge. At least I don't think you do. It's not here because I'm some wizened elder who's going to, like, save the world here. I'm some dude playing video games to distract himself from his regular life and whatnot. I go for both. Oh, hell yeah. Well, I mean, I do like to kind of touch on these things, right? But I always want to remind people, do your own research, find your own layers on these things, and understand, right? No matter what these surface layers are, there's always going to be more deeper layers to these things. There's always going to be more complications to it that you can hit. And sometimes, when you hit every single one of the deeper layer complications, by the time you get to the top layer of knowledge, you'll find out that the knowledge you thought you knew when you first fucking started, that you had so much wisdom to move beyond, was the correct answer the whole time, because a lot of the actual learning process is around the idea of getting people able to feel like they're learning something and changing, while they're actually just practicing the old thing. There's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of, like, crafting, there's a lot of politicking, there's a lot of cultures and whatnot, where the reality of something is actually the most surface level, but people wouldn't accept that. People would not accept if something was just the surface level. They need a fucking complication. They need something to be deeper. And so you give them a series of these deeper things, so they can work through these complex, crazy layers, they can have this feeling of accomplishment, and a thing that gives them a problem that they can resolve, because the human mind needs to have problems in order to be able to have something that'll educate itself and build itself forward. And by the time they actually work through everything and get to the deeper resolve, a lot of the time, the true answer behind it all is the same fucking answer you started with, and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna wonder why you wasted your time, and a lot of these people get pissed off about it. They had to waste their time for this, which in itself is missing the fucking point of the search. The knowledge itself, the result, is not the important part. It's the fucking search. It's the fucking, like, it's the jump for these things. It's like it's the chase. It's the hunt. And there are some people who can skip that, who don't want that, who can do fine. And there's other people who can't, but we're trying to idiot-proof a society with a number of different choices for a number of different people. And instead of trying to actually have these multifaceted approaches, we have a bunch of people who want a one-size-fits-all solution. The one-world government shit is a one-size-fits-all solution where people can think they'll be able to have all of their control, all of their benefits, all of their powers, with none of the downsides that are associated with that. But the simple fact of the power existing in the first place is the reason why it has the responsibilities. Because you literally can't have the power without the responsibilities associated with it. Because the power won't fucking exist. It's not necessarily that great power comes with great responsibility. It's that a lot of times the power is the responsibility. A lot of the fucking time the actual power is the responsibility itself by the nature of how the damn power works. Holy shit, it's pissed me off for so fucking long. And I realize that over time I've become a more crass individual who has been distanced from his own personal moorings, educational moorings, these little things that are supposed to formalize an individual. But I have been stuck in this fucking spot for so long that I am just getting old and bitter and tired of it. A lot of the old educations don't fucking work anymore because nobody's following the fucking rules here that actually work. They're following their surface rules or they're following their predictive algorithms. You know how many choices of modern governance are made by looking at a fucking learning algorithm and calling it a day? Because the algorithm says this, the algorithm says that, the algorithm says, the algorithm says, the algorithm says. Fucking hate Looking Glass so damn much. Fucking hate it. I hate this cultic fucking obsession that, well, it says, and it's like, are you paying attention to what it actually fucking says, or are you paying attention to the surface level? Which are you paying attention to here, brother? You can't just blindly follow the data because the data says something beyond itself. There's always going to be more layers to this shit, even if those layers lead back to the answer you started with. The fact of understanding the journey to get to the end layer is sometimes what you fucking need to know in order to know if it even is the end layer. I don't want to be crass. Chat, I genuinely have no desire to be crass. I have no desire to sit here and curse and swear and throw these things about. But it is such a nice little pressure release valve. It's such a good way to just let off the frustration without doing something fucking stupid. I get angry some of the times and talk about, yeah, slit throats, do this, do that, do the other, to generic abstractions or fictional characters in order to try and get over the fact that a lot of this stuff is so fucked, and it doesn't have to be. So much of what we're living through does not have to be this way. And is being done by individuals who, on one hand, you have those who are genuinely believing that they're making the world a better place while they're plunging it face first into hell. You have these people who actually do want to cause problems, because there are a number of individuals who are genuinely evil, right? There are people who are just genuinely evil in the sense that they wish to cause suffering above all else, right? They actively enjoy suffering. They like when things break. There are these people who firmly and truly believe that if things are not breaking, they aren't living. And if they can make somebody else suffer, that makes life better for them by the act of somebody else suffering. And they will actively choose to create suffering, even if it makes their life worse, because it makes somebody else's life even worse, right? There are these people, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. There is genuinely no one-size-fits-all solution. But a lot of these midwits have gotten together and decided that they can solve everything by creating the perfect formula. They've got their algorithms, they've got their looking glasses, they've got their shit, and they've decided how everything ought to work. And sometimes it works out, But a lot of the fucking times, we result in these same fucking problems over and over and over again. Because people have to learn the same lessons. Because they don't fucking listen to the people who came before. They don't listen to the people who actually started this shit. They're not content to learn. They want to create. They want to build. They want to do the thing themselves, no matter how many people have to die in the process. And a lot of them, by the time they reach the end of their lives, by the time they're sitting there on their deathbeds, by the time they're sitting there on the way fucking out, they're horrified, they're mortified. A lot of these people will try and beg for repentance, they'll try and figure out these ways through, because they recognize in their last fucking moments how fucked they made things, but up until that moment, they're never gonna see a damn thing. At that point, they're part of a death cult. Well, there are always going to be multiple death cults. The thing that a lot of people don't understand, and one of the big things that is one of those, you're looking towards the top layer, not the rest of the actual plan, is the idea of getting rid of religion, right? You cannot actually get rid of religion. Individuals require something to believe in, right? From my perspective as a Christian man, I would say that they have that imbued with them so that people will come back towards God in the long haul, right? For the individual who actually does not have that faith, congratulations, you do have a God. Your God might be yourself. Your God might be money. It might be power. It might be joy. It might be any number of things, but every single person has a God. It's part of human psychology. You may not see it as a god, you may not want it as a god. The reason why you enter these ideas of getting rid of religion is to destabilize a nation for conquest. The purpose of removing faith in a society is not to make a better world, it's so you can get that society to be weak enough that you can conquest it. But we have a number of these societies that didn't get conquested properly because nukes got started being used. And so the ideologies that are used for conquest don't fucking conquest. A lot of these bullshit ideas where you're like, how does this thing even fucking, like, start to happen? Hey, guess what? Communism was created to destabilize Russia. Communism was created to destabilize Russia. It's meant to cause a situation that could destabilize a nation well enough to be conquested. Because they didn't think they could fight it on an open war field. A lot of ideologies are created to weaken a nation specifically so you can fight them in an easier manner. Because you can't handle this stuff on an open playing field, you can't handle this shit. And people don't look towards the deeper fucking meanings of what the person who actually made their ideology was making it for. There's always a purpose for this shit. People will always have some form of faith. They will always have some form of faith. They'll change what the name is for it, they'll have some hiding for it, they'll have some, like, deeper reason that they're using for that, right? But at the end of the day, everyone has some god. Everyone has some faith. It's genuinely not a cultural difference. This is not a thing that can be ignored, right? There are cultural differences that'll spring up from what people's faiths are. The natural faiths that each individual genetic profile is ordained towards. There are many different types of it, and there are incompatible faiths that people will have, but they all have one. There's no such thing as an atheist. There's no actual thing as an atheist. Because you will always have some god. Genuinely so fucking frustrating. And people will get caught up on the word god, the word theist. They'll get caught up on these fucking words and not understand the deeper sort of layer, which is just, if you ignore this reality, that everyone worships something, you are going to destabilize all of the rest of your plans for not taking into account the situation itself that you're dealing with. If you are trying to, let's say you're trying to bake a cake, but you don't believe that yeast exists. Leavening doesn't fucking exist. You're going to ignore leavening completely. Well, you're not going to have a fluffy cake. I'm sorry. You're not going to be able to make your cake fluffy if you don't have this fact of reality. And a fact of reality is that people will worship something. Whether you consider it worshiping or not is different. And a lot of these things are designed to get people actively working against their own interest, against their own government, destabilizing these things, because it makes the job easier, and the idea is that you're trying to push to a position where you can actually have a safer, quicker, less painful warfare. And some of the worst atrocities in history have been done by people who want to make warfare less painful. The vast majority of these scenarios where we have seen some of the worst ideologies, the worst creations, the worst abominations, are not by the people who actively are evil. The active people who are evil will abuse good systems, they will abuse good people, they will abuse good scenarios. But they'll abuse what's there. The actual genuine evil doesn't make anything new, right? But good-natured idiots will make new tools to be oppressed. Toxic empathy, idiocy, an obsession with certain plans, an obsession with the worship of the self. There's a long statement that I've held to for many, many years. Many, many years. That is the idea that a self-made man worships his creator. He made himself, he built himself, he'll worship himself. And that's a fucking danger to everyone involved. We have all these ideologies that keep fucking cropping up over and over and over again. Based around these stupid fucking ideas. Because we don't give them something to worship instead. They don't have a king to redirect them. They don't have an actual church to lead them or anything else. They need something that can play daycare for the midwits. And we don't fucking have that. So instead the midwits are running countries. Because they've decided to have these republics, these choices, these little things, these little buildings, these little dead-end, no place in reality ideologies that are getting propped up over and over and over and over again. It's so fucking sad. And also, for those of you who are curious why I'm talking about politics and that sort of thing right now, it's entirely to distract myself well enough to be able to play the game. You don't have to agree with any of this stuff or what have you. This is actually just good old-fashioned, I need me a distraction. There we go. This conversation could be about literally anything. It could be about Nintendo right now. What do we have here? Okay. Damn. Actually, if I get closer instead of further away... Hold on. Ooh! Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Ah, damn. I need to move a little bit more. Okay, that makes sense. Well, at least we're making it too patchy. Alright. Yeah, we've been doing pretty good on the score there. Hell yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff, the vast majority of this stuff that I'm talking about here, it doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't fucking matter. You can agree with it or disagree with it. It's filler conversation. And it's something that I've gotten very tired with over the years, because it's something... There are conversations that need to be had by individuals regarding this. They aren't being had by the people that need to have these talks. There are a large number of individuals who are very disconnected from the reality of their situation. There's individuals who are in these positions who, again, they're harming themselves, they're harming the people around them, because they believe that they already know everything. It's just a fucked situation from beginning to end. Long term, it'll adjust itself. Long term, it'll resolve itself, in all honesty, right? Because these kind of practices are non-sustainable. The question is, does it resolve itself before or after enough harm is done to permanently tip the scale? Because there are individuals who are actively trying to effectively destroy the entire planet as quickly as they can. And by that, I mean that they are doing what they actively think will be unfixable. Whether it actually is or not is not the thing there. What I mean is that they're doing active choices that they think will be able to get beyond a point of no return, where their thing can leave a permanent mark forever. And they're doing that because they want it to be forever, when even the people who normally do these things, by the time they're dying, they'll change their fucking mind and regret it. Yeah, they're harming themselves. They're harming themselves, and genuinely, there's a lot of things I would like to say that I can't regarding toxic empathy and some of these individuals and what would actually be best for them at this point. We need to actually rebuild to a series of second, third, and fourth order understandings. A lot of people are doing this sort of hardcore, hyper-toxic empathy where they see the first level. Okay, let me use an example that's been used on the internets for a little while now. A first order would say that a person is homeless. Give them a home. Okay. They are homeless because they don't have a home. They are homeless because they don't have a home. They don't have a home because they don't have money. Here's the next step. They don't have money. They don't have a home because they don't have money. They don't have money because that money is being spent. Okay? That money is being spent on what? And then you examine beyond that to say, they spend their money on this thing instead and don't have this. And that's where you get, like, ban the thing that they're spending their money on, right? But if you dig beyond that, it's, why are they spending their money on this other thing instead? And by asking those multi-layered whys and having an actual understanding that can lead you towards a deeper level, you can start not attacking the fact that they don't have a home, not attacking the fact that they don't have money, not even attacking the fact that they're spending it on drugs. You can actually move towards the core of the fucking issue of, why did they turn to the drugs in the first place? Why did they turn to these things? Why are these things the way they are, instead of just, what are they? And a lot of times, there's people who already figured out those deeper layers. We have books for this. We have research for this. We have these papers for this. But people don't want to fucking read them because they'd rather make a new bit of knowledge themselves rather than rely on anything from somebody who came before them. People as a whole are fucking idiots, right? But there will always be someone who is smarter than you. There will always be somebody out there who has more of a specialization. You can have the dumbest glue-licking retard, right? You can have the dumbest glue-licking retard who might still be smarter than you when it comes to woodworking or when it comes to how to break a rock. You know what I mean, right? There are certain things that he might have spent every single waking hour of his day doing that he is better than you at because of his practice, and you could not possibly be better than him because you didn't spend the fucking time. And there are individuals who have a hyper-specialization in something, whatever that something is, that have written this stuff down because they want to share that knowledge, right? And if you take the actual knowledge of these people who have this, we call it autism these days, right? We call it autism, we call it, like, you know, you get the tism, you get the obsession, whatever, right? But genuinely, there are people who have this obsessive passion with something that will have the information, they'll research it, they'll build it, they'll lay your groundwork, and then even if you don't have the passion, you can still find a better foundation by starting with that obsession, and building on top of it. You don't have to know everything. That's one of, like, the biggest things with actual, like, nobility, leadership, and that kind of shit. You don't have to know everything. Politicians don't have to know everything. They don't actually have to know almost anything. They have to know where to find the knowledge. That's the most important thing. Where do you find that knowledge? Because you don't need to necessarily even keep that knowledge. But you need to keep it at hand. You need to be able to have these people who have these obsessions, who have these knowledges, who have these backgrounds, who have these histories, who put these things together. You need to have enough understanding to parse out what the actual meaning behind the ideology is, what the actual meaning behind the thing itself in your face is, to get yourself to a better spot where you can actually, in effect, be the smarter person. Because at the end of the day, you're here to be, you know, effective. The cast of Touhou 20 is funny. Are you talking in terms of bosses, or are you talking in terms of the starting folks? I still haven't played the demo for that. I probably should at some point. I really, honestly, probably should. You good? You good? Also, are there any weird new mechanics I should be aware of for that one? Do we have returning characters, or are these new characters? Damn. There we go. Slide through, slide through. Also, did they drop Touhou 20 yet, or... Like, is that out yet, or is it still to be determined? Oh shit, speaking of is it out yet, I have to... It dropped this Sunday. Oh, hell yeah. I heard some people saying it might be a little bit too easy, which seems not in line with the earlier info of this. Excuse me. Hold on. Blue Nemo, New Ace Cousin, Egyptian LARPer, ChatGPT, this fucking bitch. Okay, I have no funny joke for stage 6. Clamspiracy theorist. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. What's funny though is, Clanker, with your thing of husbando, you spend all the money on Super Chatto, now we're homeless. Why is the husband spending the money on Super Chats? Like, legitimately, right? What brought him to the state that he's doing this? Is it a loneliness? Is it an addiction? Is it, you know... What brought to that point? What caused that sort of final layer there? What makes it more than they can afford? That sort of thing. What are the sources of joy that come out of this? That sort of thing. There we go. Yeah, no, we're playing pretty fucking awfully right now. I'm trying too much to think on something that is... Yeah. I'd love to be able to get back to that maid chick. Feel like... Alright, you know what? No. I'm doing some TH prac. I want to play that other fucking stage. We know that when we get there, we're getting at least 2 lives. I'm gonna try to see if I can bring up TH prac. There you go. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Let's see, 32, don't lock the rank. We'll start with that. Nope. Settings. I keep forgetting we have to do this. Custom. Stage 4. Yeah, we'll practice on stage 4 with Max, and we'll just say that we have... Yeah, we'll start with 4, and I'll try and practice that. Yeah, we've got 3 bombs. There we go. Restart. There we go. There we go. I need to figure out what my average remaining lives is on this thing. Let me try and get some of this ready. There we go, slide through. Now, I forget, is Zun actively working on Touhou? Was Zun actively involved in Touhou 20? Or does he have, like, a studio now who's assisting him on these? Like, is this still mainly Zun, or has he kind of stepped away from the mainline production of these? If I just stay away. Instead, we focus on... Oh, okay, so those books you can't really hurt. Okay, that makes sense. Damn. That one you kind of just need to be behind. There we go. Okay, so that's kind of how I can just do these little micro adjustments. Slide through. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to handle some of this, but we should be able to figure out eventually. A lot of it just seems to be I need to focus less. Once we get to max, I kind of need to just focus less on actively killing most things, and more on keeping myself positioned well enough to be able to... I'm gonna start screaming. Nope. There we go. I don't think Touhou would continue without Zun. I think anything that doesn't involve him would be considered fan games. I can get that. I can get behind that. I don't know what we're gonna do after the day in the far distant future of maybe like 180 years from now, when Zun eventually passes away. Peacefully, in his sleep, while piloting an intercontinental ballistic missile aimed at the White House. Such a shame. I do want to practice, I want to practice the level after. I want to practice stage 5. Even if everything else is improper with this, I want to practice stage 5. We are so fucking close. We just have stage 5 and 6. And then we've beaten this fucking game, right? You know, I'm going to rank lock at 32. Yep. I'm going to rank lock at 32. The fans will carry on his legacy and make fan games, listing them as such. Hell yeah. Now, if I remember right, the dodge on that first one is going to be wait patiently at the bottom, then reposition, right? So when those girls show up, I probably just want to... Man, I don't know why I'm getting so fucking pissed off. Holy shit! Oh, I know why I'm getting pissed off. Because the adrenaline rush is dying down from the earlier discussion, and I'm reminded that my family has nothing fucking left. We're gonna upload him into the AI matrix and endlessly create more Touhous. You know what, I'd be fine with that. Because if I sit back here, then I wait for these girls to... Wait for that? Okay, yeah. Because that's what we figured out there. That a lot of this is about just sit still, don't fucking move. And then find a spot where you can kind of hide out. Okay. There's a lot of, like, those crossing patterns, right? I do want to at least try and see... Okay, no, I want to restart that. If I'm over here, right? And one of them fires. Okay, I can kind of just, like, swoop back down if I'm over on that side. So if I just keep myself near the bottom for those, and I just don't move... Okay, cool. that. Cycle around, get a little bit of graze. Interesting. That's not the same pattern as the other one, is it? Or did it just not look like the same pattern? Interesting. Sun succeeded at his goal. He made something people enjoy. Copywriting his work only to prevent people from copy and pasting his work. Anyone's allowed to make their own knockoff. You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I hope someday I can do something like that. Chat, I want to take a moment out here, and I just want to tell you guys, I want to be able to someday just look at something I've created and know that people love it. You know what I mean? I want to just know that people, like, even 5-10 years after I make a thing, will enjoy it enough to want to keep interacting with it. Is that too much? Like, not necessarily that a lot of people know it, right? Not that a lot of people know it, not that a lot of people recognize it, a lot of people interact with it, just that there are people who 5, 10, 15, 20 years later are actively, like, engaging with it. You know what I mean? It'd be nice. I wish people gave a damn about some of the games I made. Fucking hell. It'll be an ass. Let's be honest, that's more of the fact that I was making shovelware. And again, I think a lot of, like, the video content I've made over the years is just... yeah, make something people actively enjoy after you're gone. Exactly, like... not even, like, a lot of people, but just, like, at least somebody, you know? I look at a lot of these games, and there's, like, even indie games, right? Hell, Viet Cong still has a semi-active player base to this day, right? We're not even talking like Doom. Viet Cong was like an obscure little, like, Czech-made game, and yet people still play it, you know? People still put their heart and soul into that damn game. There's still, like, active communities and servers for it of people who are just, like, going out of their way and hosting game nights for each other and doing, like, mod content and what have you. It'd just be nice to be able to make something that, you know, people are actively, they remember, you know? I want somebody to remember me when I'm gone. Nah, I know that's stupid. I don't know how much time I've got, chat. I just want people to remember me. Or at least remember my work, even if they don't know who I am, even if they don't know me. It'd be nice, you know? I don't know. Hey, we made it past her. Hell yeah. Died immediately, but made it past her. Ah! Restart. Now companies want developers to make a game that's planned to die in 3 months. The thing is, there's that push. There's that push. Going the opposite route, make something so contemptible my name lives on in infamy. Hey, if it works, at least people remember, right? Somebody fucking remembers. People will remember Cookie for ages. People will remember Cookie for ages. People will remember fucking Sonichu forever. There's always gonna be at least somebody who remembers that shit. Holy shit. Like, some of the things that people remember the most, like, people remember The Room. People remember Plan 9 from outer space. Most people don't remember who actually made it. No, most people don't necessarily remember who, like, worked on it or anything else about it. But they remember the fucking movie. More people remember the bad episodes of Star Trek than the good episodes of Star Trek. The Scottish ghost rapist from Star Trek The Next Generation, remember that? Well, people in Star Trek remember that. What you make doesn't have to be good to be remembered. It can be. It can also be really bad. Oh, damn. I need to get my focus back on this. I need to get my focus back in general. Fuck. You know, I kind of actually like this style of playing, where you can just restart the same level over and over again, right? I kind of like the idea of if you make it to a level, you can restart the level and lose your score, but you can restart it as many times as you want. Although I can understand how that wouldn't necessarily be in the spirit of the thing. I wonder if you could do that with, like, play a harder difficulty than you normally would, right? But just have it so that you can restart levels. You know what I mean? And if you choose to restart a level, you're not getting to keep any of your benefits. But you can at least restart it. I'd probably do that in a fan game. And then you throw in an option where you can't, where you don't restart. Damn it! Yoink, yoink. I don't know. Damn. Gives a score warrior a new mode to play. Yeah! Because, like, I like the idea of it's like, yeah, no, you won't get to keep your score if you use this, but you can have as many effectively continues that aren't continues as you want, right? These aren't continues, because, like, you can have the continues, which will let you keep your score, right? But if you don't want to keep your score, you can just infinitely restart, but it'll force you back to the start of the level instead of the start of the game. And it won't give you any benefits at all, and you'll be reset to your default starting stats. Damn. If you beat the level, you don't advance to the next stage. I could see that. I could see that. Oh, that'd be something. So you can use the continues to move forward in that one level, but if you use the continue, you don't get to do it until you've actually done it without a continue. How the hell did I get here? Chat, how did I get here? How did I get here? Is this practice mode still? Hold on. This isn't practice mode, I don't think. Yeah, I could see doing it where it's, you just have unlimited continue. You have unlimited restarts, where you can restart the level and it restarts everything. Doesn't give you, like, a crazy, like, points bonus or anything. Doesn't make it any easier, just gives you another shot. Hello, okay, has a point device mode. Also, is it weird that I kind of want more games that make use of the keyboard? I feel like we have so many games these days, like whether they're RTS, FPS, or anything else, that don't use most of the keys. There's a lot of gaming that could literally be handled by an 8-button keyboard maybe a 9-button keyboard, and a 2-button mouse. So I asked him to have a 3-button mouse. And I feel like that's kind of a misuse of PC gaming. I'm doing a completely different topic, by the way. But I wanted to just, like, talk about this for a while. I wonder why there aren't more games that make more proper use of the fact that they are on mouse and keyboard. You know what I mean? Like, we have a bunch of games that are just using the controller control scheme, right? That really shouldn't. And by control scheme, I don't mean uses a controller. I mean limits the amount of buttons they're using to be about the equivalent of if you were using a controller. I mean, most people play fan games anyway. You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. There's a lot of fan games out there. And people are playing a lot of the fan games. I still like the izakaya. Like, I like the weird fan games where it's, like, not the main genre, but you can still have some fun with it, and it's still the same sort of universe. I do wish there were more fan games that... How do I put this? I like the idea... Not just Touhou fan games. Fan games in general, right? That are for an existing property, that obsessively follow the hard established lore. They don't violate the lore that is already written, but add more onto it in a way that is consistent with the existing lore, and uses the existing properties as a form of lore bible, right? Back onto my other topic, because I really do want to talk about this. I feel like there should be more PC games that make use of more controller, or more keyboard buttons in order to give you more depth of gameplay option and choice. There is the fact that it is very hard for somebody to remember, like, a ton of different buttons. Holy shit, wait, did I manage it? Holy shit, I actually dodged it properly! Chat, I think that's the second time, maybe the first, it's like the first or second time I've managed to successfully do that the way it's supposed to be. Holy shit. That was awesome. That actually feels really good to do. Sorry, what was I saying? I was saying something. It's a fan game that used... Hold on. Very heavily to make it make sense. From the gap to get there, and the boundary to breathe in water. I really just want... Chat, I want to make a damn game again. I want to make a fucking game. I want to make a game so fucking bad. Like, I have sat there and I've tried to make, like, little mod things, and I lose my drive, or I just fucking, like, tell myself it's not gonna get finished. I tried to make that fucking, like, mod for, oh, jeez. I tried to make that mod for, Point Zero, or whatever it is. The one with the cops. The one with the Metro cops. I tried that. I was trying to use CryEngine to make a project for a while. I keep starting these damn projects. I want to actually finish a game for once again. I want to actually, like, sit down and make a damn game, whether there's budget or not. Dump what money I have to into it and just fucking have something. You know what I mean? Like, not even necessarily something that people actually play. Just, I want to actually make a fucking game again. Doesn't have to be original, doesn't have to even be good. I just want to make something. You know what I mean? And I want to make it without having to worry about the damn copyright bullshit or the patents on gameplay mechanics or any of that crap. I want to just say, fuck you, fuck your patents, fuck this, fuck that. I'm not doing any of this to make money, just actually make the damn game. It's been so long since I made a fucking video game, man. It's been so fucking long. Man, I want to make like a fan Fallout game. I want to make that Wild West like. I want to make that Wild West, Westworld type like sci-fi game. I want to make games again. I want to make things. I want to make like little fun fan games and whatnot for like little series that I barely understand. I want to sit down and I want to do a fucking FNAF fan game, as silly as that would be. Just like, a little, like, click team type game. One of the, like, the old style ones. I want to just make video games again. I want to go back to being able to enjoy that shit. I want to do more voice acting stuff. I want to do more of the things I used to love doing. I want to do a fucking song cover at some point. I want to be able to, like... I want to fucking sing again. I want to make music again. I want to, like... I want to be in a fucking band again. I want to do all this shit. And I just keep telling myself I can't fucking do it. I want to go back and I want to do all these things that I used to love doing. And I want to actually, like, genuinely do them and not have to care about some bullshit. Or stepping on somebody else's fucking toes. Or getting a visit at, like, 2 in the fucking morning by some asshole who tells me I have to stop what I'm doing because I'm sticking on somebody else's fucking toes. Or because I talked about something that I fucking shouldn't have. I want to be able to make a game that I enjoy without worrying about people thinking if it's, like, racist or sexist or it doesn't have the representation that I want to have in it or it doesn't have, like, all this bullshit or what fucking ever. I want to be able to sit there and build the thing that I want to enjoy and not have to worry about just catering to anybody. I want to just fucking make it. I want to be able to fucking make it. I want to be, like, sit there and just go, sure, I'll use, like, this product, this, just use a bunch of stuff that already exists. Oh, hey, what's that? You can never sell it or send it to anybody? Just upload it on a fucking torrent site and call it a fucking day. Like, nobody even, like, knows who made it. You just kind of, like, throw it out there and just somebody maybe plays it and remembers it. I want to, like... I want to go through the whole fucking process and do all these little, like, side bits that are involved in it, too. I want to do another fucking, like, fan movie, too. I want to do all... There's all these things I want to fucking do. And I just keep telling myself no. If you make a fan project, they'll tell you to shut it down. If you do this, they'll tell you that, they'll tell you that. I'm so fucking, like, crippled by sitting here telling myself, nah. Or remember last time, remember this, that, the other, instead of actually, like, breaking down and fucking doing something worth a damn. There's a Fallout project I've wanted to do for so fucking long, chat. I couldn't get it working in the creation engine quite right. I did some, like, Fallout 3 and New Megatron back in the day. What I wanted to fucking do, I wanted to have a little bunker. The idea being that you have a bunker that you return to at night, and it's got your family in it, right? It's right after the bombs drop. So you have all that heavy radiation, all that crazy heavy crap, right? It's not necessarily set in the Fallout universe, but you know what I mean. Like, just steal some elements from Fallout, steal some elements from other games. And you have a bunker, and it is a first-person shooter, first/third person, and you're just going up to the surface. You're getting supplies for your family. You have the little, like... You can assign them, like, little tasks to do at the house. You can assign them little things to do back there. Steal some elements from Sheltered. Steal some elements from Fallout. I would love to be able to just, like, take the inventory system from Fallout 3, where you can actually, like, every NPC has the actual full inventory of everything they're wearing. Take some elements of, like, Stalker. I would love to be able to mix the, like, Fallout style, having every single I would want... Words here. Words. Remember when COD fans made a DLC for Modern Warfare 2 for free? I got a cease and desist? Yes. And that's what I'm so fucking pissed about, because even if you make the thing you want to make, people can just send you a cease and desist. Let me collect my thoughts here and say my actual mind with this. The idea, at the core, I would love to do. I like the Stalker-style gameplay of going through an abandoned area, right? I like the pseudo-Fallout style. I like the Bethesda Fallout style of every enemy you run into has the items that you see on their person actually on them if you kill them or rob them. I like these two mechanics. I like them a lot. I like the idea of having to deal with radiation, having to deal with gathering supplies, having to deal with a limit like the classic Fallout 1, where you have the water chip. But instead of having it be a permanent thing, where it's just always putting a hard limit on your gameplay, you can push the timer back. Where it is a timer, but it's a timer that you can repeatedly extend if you take the time out. I like the idea of being able to have these limits that get you acting, get you understanding that there are stakes, but have ways to circumvent the stakes if you're clever, without losing the active understanding. I like the mutated creatures and these other ideas. I like the idea of you having to return back over and over again to an area, and each time you return to that area, it is slightly different than the last time you were there. I like the idea of having a fairly low-stakes story, aka the idea of just taking care of your family, not necessarily like saving the world, not doing any like big, wild, and crazy thing, right? There's no like world-ending super threat. It's you trying to keep your family safe, trying to do this like low-stakes sort of thing, and getting in over your head. I like the idea of little self-contained stories that are happening in little areas, and you can kind of explore them as set pieces at your leisure. I like the idea of being able to have a timeline of events where things will progress with or without you, and you can run into them. Damn. No, I'm not accepting that. And just this idea of trying to just keep the bunker stable, trying to keep these things, maybe you can build more stuff as you go, but just taking a bunch of these systems that people have pre-made and putting them together in a fun way. Not necessarily doing any new ideas with anything, but taking a bunch of ideas that worked fairly well on their own and trying to put them together in a way that is comfortable to play with a decent enough story and suitable-ish graphics. Steal the sort of like heads-up display ideas from Dead Space, where you've got that little floaty display, so it's kind of a diegetic UI. And if you get into a situation where you don't have access to it, you don't have access to your UI. You want to use a cool gun? Well, this one doesn't have the reticle attachment, so you don't actually get the reticle or the, you don't get the little, like, heads-up display for how much ammo you have, but it's a more powerful gun. That shit. I think some of this kind of shit would be fun. And it's not anything clever, and it's a bunch of fucking feature creep. But you know something? There's a big part of me that really wants to do something like that. And have an actual, like, fairly simple, straightforward story on the surface level that has a bunch of little mini straightforward stories that work together in a way that feels fun. Low power, lose HUD. Yeah, no. Hey, cool, you want your HUD? Well, you gotta make sure you've got the HUD charged. Yeah, you can play the entire game without the HUD. You don't need it. Hey, you want to not wear a helmet? You're not going to have your HUD. I'm sorry. Oh, you're wearing a helmet. You get a HUD. Different helmet, different HUD. These kind of little things would be cool. And if I was actually using pre-made assets for a lot of this shit, when I say pre-made, I'm talking like instead of recoding from scratch an actual cutscene engine, use an existing like just store-bought cutscene engine. It would be great to be able to just use... Like, just go, I don't give a fuck if people say I'm taking from this. Just actually fucking take from these. You know what I mean? I like the idea of just going, alright, listen, we're just going to take the fucking, like, inventory system from this game. Have it, slot it in. Fuck it. Because right now, a lot of this stuff is stopped by patents, it's stopped by code usage. Just say, fuck you, fuck everything. I'm gonna do this to make a game fun. And I'm actually going to just try and make the most fun game I can. I don't give a fuck. But I love the idea of just like, we have a bunch of different slots for gear, so you can have your cosmetics and whatnot, get a modular outfit tone going, so you can actually have the different items show up on your thing, check out your little clipping errors, like work there to make sure nothing's clipping into each other, resize them if you need to. What I would probably wind up doing is having it so you are playing a fixed design and character so that you don't have to do a character customization system there, right? Holy shit! Wait, you're getting married? John! Holy shit! Holy shit! John, you're getting married? Holy fuck! Congratulations! No, seriously, congratulations, brother. Holy fuck. John, congrats. Not you, John Doe. John, my buddy, who's in the military. I got a buddy who's in the military. His name's also John. Dude! John, that's so fucking good, man. Hold on, I forgot to put you as a fucking moderator. Hold on. Forgot to put you as a fucking moderator, man. There. Now I can say moderator John. My old girl in Korea. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Seriously. Fan-fucking-tastic, man. I hope that stuff works out for you. Congrats, congrats, congrats. To think, not too long ago, you were some little brat going to fucking... You were some little brat entering basic. My little shithead's all grown up. Look at you. Fucking hell. Feels like last year you were starting basic, man. Now you're getting fucking married. You're going out there doing your, like, Delta Force Spec Ops bullshit. Don't worry. You don't have to deny it. I know you're secretly super duper cool with all the cool stuff and all the cool toys. I know. You got yourself the girl of your dreams. You're getting married. You're gonna live in a mansion. It's gonna be great. Listen, John, my dude, congrats! Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. I wish you all the best. I understand you're not gonna invite me to the wedding because you hate me. It's okay. I know. I hate me too. But seriously, man, it's so good to hear from you, and it's so good that you're getting married. Hell yeah, man. Wishing you both all the fucking best. Wishing you all the fucking best. Yeah, no, Doe. I'm just gonna call you Doe. John Doe Cell. Doe. If you want to come to Korea, you can come to... I can't leave US soil, dude. Like, I would love to. I actually can't leave US soil. I'm no fly. They took my fucking passport, right? They took my fucking passport, and they told me that I'm not allowed to leave US soil. And it pisses me off so fucking much. Genuinely, shit pisses me off, man. Yeah, no, I'm stuck in the US. Hooray! Let's fucking go. Woo. I'm gonna get that shit lifted one of these days, man. I'm telling you right fucking now. I'm getting that shit lifted eventually. I've got the family lawyer working on that shit, but he's been working on that shit for a while, and it's been no fucking progress. They're just not fucking budging on it. But yeah, dude, congrats. Hell yeah. So yeah, no, like, I think it would be really, really cool to have, like, and again, a lot of that is, like, it's easy feature creep stuff, right? Where you have all these extra features, but you know what? Maybe I don't care if there's, like, feature creep, right? Maybe, like, having something that's cool and fun, even if it's a little bit buggy, even if it's feature creepy, would be fun anyway. Because if I'm able to do these things like, hey, cool, we have a dialogue system that we pre-bought, we get a bunch of, like, pre-bought shit that I'm just kind of clubbing together and hoping for the best, right? It's like, fuck it, why not? It doesn't have to be great, but, like, having different helmets have different HUD styles, and, like, the more rare your HUD is, the more elements you get. Like, maybe, hold on, hear me out. Military helmets have an aimbot. Military helmets have an aimbot. What time is it there? Right here, it's like 6, 7, something like that. It's not super duper late. It's not like super duper late. But, like, hear me out, man. You could have, like, helmets that would have things like aimbots and have, like, the different kinds of aimbot, right? I just woke up. Well, good morning. Ohio, good morning to ya. Ohio, Tug. But, like, you could have, like, I think it'd be really funny to have cheats built into items in the game, right? Like, if you use the military gloves with the military helmet, but you have to use the military shirt and the gloves with the helmet, you get, like, an aimbot because it'll adjust your arm to better hit. if the gun's compatible. I love the idea of, like, little things like that are busted as fuck, but you'd have to find the items to get it to happen, right? I just not even fucking care about the actual... Yeah, it sucks away battery. It's like, ah, damn it. Alright, gotta find another battery. But it's like, the core of it would just be, go out, have some fun, come back, deal with family stuff, go out, come back, go out, come back. You're making these horrifying murders and whatnot a 9 to 5, right? So it's like you go out, you're doing all these like horrifying murders and like just doing like crazy wild stuff, and then you come back home and it's just, time to relax. Hey honey, I brought home food. Yeah, that juxtaposition of the crazy insanity of maybe fighting like a 50-foot tall monster and gunning it down with rocket launchers. Then you come home and you're just like, I'm gonna have a nice steak dinner with my wife and kids. I think that'd be fun. I wouldn't make it survival crafting, though. We're not doing, like... I'm not gonna have a food bar for your character when he's, like, outside. Even though I'm pretty sure every system has that. What I'm thinking is you have it be an actual... Again, we're just doing, like, the fantasy, like, game design stuff there. I'm thinking if I did that, you have it just be mainly focused on, like, your gunplay and whatnot. Ideally, I'd want to just, like, use an existing gun system. Because, again, use everything you fucking can that's already out there. And just don't care who owns the rights to it or anything else. Just fucking do it. Who gives a fuck, man? Make something for me, and if somebody else wants to play it, sure. But I'm making it for me. And I don't care about your copyright or anything else. I'm just gonna make it for fucking me. Asymmetric like Commando? Ooh. You know, I could see, like... Because again, this is all like, we're talking like a bunch of feature creep shit. But if I just take my fucking time, and I just work on it, slow and steady, right? If I actually take my fucking time, it doesn't matter what features I add, as long as they work well enough with each other. It'd probably be a fucking buggy mess. A buggy piece of shit mess, right? Like, no matter what I used it on. Yeah, what I would probably wind up doing is have it be the actual, like, out-and-about style, right? So you have the out-and-about, and then you have the in-your-base. So yeah, the asymmetric style gameplay has always been something that I've been interested in, right? And being able to have that difference would allow you to actually have the psychological difference as well. You know what I mean? Because I do think it would be cool to have that sort of, because when you're working any sort of high-stress job, right? If you guys have ever done any sort of, isometric, not asymmetric. Isometric is what you're talking about. I was thinking asymmetric, where you have, like, one style of gameplay that is completely different than the other style of gameplay. Because that kind of stuff I like as well, where you have hard delineations between your types of gameplay. And it's like, the average player doesn't like that shit. I like that shit. Actually, the easiest to do would be isometric with 3D models. Because then you can do the easy... I have a mocap setup, right? So I could do mocaps on most of the animations. They aren't gonna look great. You know, get some animations off the store, get some, like, basic shit. Use a bunch of placeholder assets and all that. Oh, it's all good. It's all good, man. I get messed up on words all the time. Yeah. What I would most likely honestly do... God damn it. If I was doing this shit, which, again, I'm getting more and more tempted to, but the problem is I've got, like, 3 concepts that I'm working on here, mentally. What I would probably do, honestly, with all this shit, is just kind of grab one fucking engine, get a bunch of plugins, and have the basic core idea, and just swap out skins for it effectively. Man. Use the different concepts there. What's effectively the exact same engine and make once. Direct control, like in Arms Gates to Hell. Well, I mean, if you did an isometric game, a live-action isometric type game, you could do a bit more of the actual... Because, like, turn-based isometric can be fairly easy. If I wanted, right? There is that, I can't remember the name. What is the name? So there's a tool for making mods for Fallout Tactics that's really easy to use, right? Where you're basically throwing the assets in there. If I use something like that, and I just don't give a fuck about getting permission from anybody, and I just kind of make something for myself, right? What I could honestly do is, if you use that sort of tactics thing, you've got the Fallout Tactics systems all in there. A lot of that stuff is basically just set up the flags and drop the items down, right? I could make it as a sort of Fallout Tactics mod where you have a series of dialogue options in the main building, and you can just have some basic lookup tables for the various stats and whatnot. Then you could place down pre-built modules on for your basic home environment, right? So you start out with just your home, right? With like just a one-room bunker, and then over time you're getting resources, you're getting supplies from the outside world and from the combats in order to get these things to help out your family. And you could add more people to the bunker over time who would like go out and help you. I do kind of like the idea of one-man army though. Even though it would be fun, because I know like back in the day, right, there's multiple ways you can do this. You can do it as a, okay, fuck it, I don't care if I'm dying anymore. There are multiple ways like you could do something like this, right? There are multiple approaches that could be held. If you're going from purely a gameplay standpoint, the major ways that I could see this concept working would be either doing your basic sort of, because there's already, okay, sorry, words, brain, verbiage. I'm hitting 1,000 thoughts at once. I need to simplify. One of the things that I was looking at recently was actually that that Five Nights at Freddy's fan game that we saw, where the daytime is a business management game, or even, you know, FNAF 6, Pizzeria Simulator. You have these, you have the daytime where it's one style of gameplay, right? Then you have the nighttime where it's the other style. Doing that sort of asymmetric, where you have that whole, I'm going to do this much business, then I'm going to go out and do another thing. If you went with the Fallout Tactics style, it would be a series of missions that you do during the day, and then you have the actual construction stuff, or sorry, you have the construction stuff during, like, your downtime, right? And then you'd get bonuses from that, and that would be a fairly easy way to handle that. If you're doing the third-person shooter style instead, you could do more of your standard open-world sandbox type thing. The problem with doing a third-person shooter is that you have to do a lot of geometry work and whatnot. If you've got solid pathing for an isometric type game, you don't have to worry about the players glitching out of bounds by doing, like, you know, jumping up against walls, propping things up. That is more about a numbers game, right? That's setting up your numbers, getting your stuff ready to go, getting your stuff solidified in a way that is satisfying from a level design perspective, right? Tactics already has, if I want to go that route, the Fallout Tactics engine has support for turn-based and real-time, because it is a real-time tactics game. By using that engine base, it's a solid base of an engine, right? It's a solid base of an engine. There's some fan stuff. I actually am friends with one of the people who worked on building that engine make, right? Your helmet gets damaged, it removes your HUD. Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking with some of this stuff, right? Like, these are things that you can do that, honestly, they're complicated little things, but each individual little thing you make could be something bigger, especially if I can take more time if I can take less time to work on the main stuff, right? And instead I'm working on how this stuff layers. Fuck it, I don't care. The game is just here to give me something to not think about. So, what I'm thinking with some of this stuff, right? If you do instead of a... Because if you do the third-person / first-person shooter, you're in a situation where you can build up... like the HUD elements, you can have your HUD completely change, and it'll literally change in front of your eyes while you're doing the first-person stuff, right? So you can have a diegetic HUD, and when you first start out, you can have no HUD, and then you can slowly get more and more elements. You can have a durability system like in the basic Fallout 3 / New Vegas. I like the idea of durability systems where your stuff slowly breaks down, and you have to use other items to repair it, which means that you can have these batteries, and you can have these other elements that would be able to get you into better positioning to be able to, like, basically balance stuff by making things that are nicer, have batteries, and have the ability to get damaged over time, so you're having to replace them. By making it easy to mod, you'd be able to have people fix out and remove the elements they don't like and add the elements that they do like. I could see that being a fun way to do things. You wouldn't necessarily be able to do that if you had the first-person option as well. I suppose one of the ways that you can fix that is by removing the ability to jump, right? and instead doing like the classic Call of Duty style, where you have areas that are pre-scripted where you can do those jumps, right? Where it pops up on the screen, and then you kind of just... Because again, if I'm making this for me, I'm not caring about what the complaints are. You're going to have the standard complaints where people are like, well, I could jump this like waist-high wall, this, that, the other. A lot of that stuff you can get around by doing clever level design, where they don't have the opportunities to do those things, where anything you have the opportunity to do, you let the player do. If it looks visually consistent with that sort of thing. If you did a first-person shooter in that regard, you could have the level design be, again, designed around the idea of not being able to use hard-focused mantles. Good. Having a series of like those key points that you can normally drop off of. Being a one-man team with that sort of thing, you would have to definitely have a hard focus on trying to limit the amount of ways that you do the QA. Although I'm telling you right now, if I was doing this sort of thing on a personal level, I would have to save up money to do QA testing, right? There would need to be... I would need to gather a fuck ton together to get a proper QA team up and running. I'm gonna level with you. Even if you're an indie dev, you need to not skimp on QA. And I would highly recommend hiring a proper QA firm that knows how to fix things themselves. Because a proper QA tester also knows how to code. Because the QA tester can sit there and tell you what is wrong and why it is wrong by looking at the damn code themselves as well. And QA companies like that are fucking expensive and they're hard to get a hold of. But when you get one and it works properly, oh my gosh, that shit is fucking amazing. You know what? No, I'm gonna switch over to Lunatic real quick, just so I can kind of zone out better. Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to Lunatic real quick so I can zone out better. So I'm thinking like, because again, you could either go isometric or you could go third-person shooter. If I went isometric, right, that is a style that a lot of people are not too fond of, but for me personally, I think isometric's fine. I do kind of like some of the potential that's built out for unique gameplay elements by making it a more standardized first-person or third-person game, more in line with a gameplay focus similar to like Stalker 1. One of the good things with Stalker 1 is that the engine itself is completely open source. You could also use the Metro system. Not open source. Yeah, open source. They open sourced the engine for Metro, and they open sourced the X-Ray engine for Stalker, which is part of why they wanted to force people away from it. The new devs are a fucking cancer. Get them out of the fucking games industry. Hate the Stalker 2 devs with a burning passion. But... Yoink. Thank you. Using something like that would be able to get... Because again, Stalker has great gunplay, right? What I like about Stalker is that the player feels like he's made out of toothpicks, and the enemies feel like they're made out of fridges. And it's cool. It's fun. Because you have this, like, slow, methodical gameplay aspect to it. If I use something like that, we could steal the concepts of, like, the anomalies and whatnot, having artifacts that you can pick up as well to improve that stuff. If you take some of the aspects, what I'm thinking, like, initially when I think of that stuff is I'm imagining using the Stalker system as a base, right? That engine is going to be a pain in the ass to work with, but you know what I mean. Like, using, like, that style of gameplay, reverse engineering if you have to, the basic elements of that, and then adding on top of it little bits and bobs here and there. Adding on top of the ability to actually, instead of just having... Because you already have the slots, right? Where it's like you have your helmet slot, and you have your backpack, and then you have your body. By adding in more slots, if you possibly can, I don't know if that's hard-coded in. It's been so fucking long. But by adding in more slots, you have the slots for the hands, the slots for the legs, the slots for the shirt. Then you have these different combos that you can fucking use. Thank you so much, Brain. Thank you. You have these different combos you can use on clothing. People would have customization in that regard, but you don't let them customize the player character. What I would think for the player character is you have your main character just be a balaclava-wearing, mostly silent protagonist, unvoiced. Have dialogue tree options with the Fallout 2 style Fallout 2 style dialogue, where you move into an actual like dialogue screen instead of having the like face-to-face talking, right? And if you do a series of preset animations for dialogue, like you have every model use the same preset sort of like every character has their, like, talking head, and then you have the non-talking head version, which will just have, like, a static image. That'll allow you to cut some corners with that behavior. I do think that that would be a way to get your cutscenes a little bit easier, because you'll still have them, but there'll be dialogue and whatnot. If you did that sort of methodology, you could have each individual interaction you have with people have a series of pre-designed animations that they'd run through, so you're not necessarily doing you do like a passive lip sync. Having people's mouths covered during dialogue would allow you to not have to worry as much about lip sync, and instead doing a much more simple form of lip syncing on that, which would allow you to use your resource times more effectively. I believe that by going with that sort of a methodology, I could get the personal things that I enjoy. Range of ROV that varies in range and battery life as well as an ROV HUD. Well, I mean, what I'm thinking with a lot of this stuff is if I was doing this sort of thing, like having that sort of asynchronicity where you have the at-home with a different style, you're able to get your mind to disconnect the stuff that you're doing out in the wasteland with the home life. Almost home life would be more of a visual novel sort of interaction, and the work life would be the either first person. I think I would have to either go with... because third person would let you actually see your model, right? If you only have the person in first person, right? That means we don't have to do a lot of the modeling work, right? Where this is how the player wears this gear, right? So you can cut some corners with that by only having the NPCs. Although if you do one specific frame, one animation frame on the thing, if you did one animation style, right? You have the animation framework for men, the animation framework for women, boom, boom, boom. All the men have the same animation style, all the women have the same animation style. Your player character, actually, if you only did male characters, right? If you have the wife and the kids being the only female characters on there, right? And you have them in a different style, you could have the minimal animation style at home that is only your discussion, right? Instead of having the actual like physical models out there. So you do the animations in very controlled environments in there. You have male characters only in the outer world, so you have one animation skeleton. You don't have to worry about the animation skeleton for female animations or the female proportions. You have the animation skeleton for the enemies be the same animation skeleton for your player. You could then do an easy first or third person, right? Be able to get kids in the game? Well, the idea would be that you would have, like, your family back at base, juxtaposing what you're doing out there with coming back home, reading your kids a bedtime story, doing the boring, like, house life stuff, to actually juxtapose the cool, like, explosions and whatnot out there and add context to it. Because you're not just doing it because you have to do it, you're doing it because you have people who genuinely rely on you at home, which I think targets the demographic that I would personally want to hit, which is young men who are in that range of like 18 to 40, who are also going to be the people who buy fucking video games, and it being a story of responsibility and having people that actually care a damn about you. Like, it's not necessarily there to be about... It's like, it wouldn't necessarily be there to be about the home life stuff. The home life stuff there is there to give more impact to the actual, like, cool, badass explosions killing everybody. You know what I mean? Right? So you have the cool, badass explosions where it's just you're going outside, you're killing bad guys, you're saving the dames, then you come back home and you got a wife and kids that actually care a damn about you and you're trying to, like, protect them. Honor, duty, responsibility sort of shit. Have some badass, like, maybe you got, like, your brother there as well, and, like, you're both having to go through that storyline of, like, the two brothers against the world, and you're both trying to deal with these, like, family dramas and all that shit, but it's kind of more just, again, a badass, like, Army of Two sort of feeling. You know what I mean? Where you have that camaraderie, that brotherhood, as a reason to make the cool combat and the big monsters seem more interesting. And by doing it in a way that you've got the folks being back at home, you can do more of that stuff with just hardline, not worrying about it. Waiting the day until Hima gets to the moon game. There's two. Is it the one with the, because I know there's the Lunarians. And I know one of them kept robbing my fucking izakaya, and it pissed me off. Like a co-op brothers mode? Yeah, I mean, like, and again, that would require netcoding and whatnot. If I did just the split screening and I said, nah, fuck your netcode, you can do it split screen or not at all. If the community wants to do netcode, go ahead. I'm not bothering. Nah. We got no balance, we got no anti-cheat, we got no rooms. You wanna do this shit? Okay, cool. You got split screen. Even LAN would require actual netcode, but split screen would just be 2 different cameras. You know what I mean? I can just go, okay, we have split screen co-op mode where you can play both the brothers. Fuck it. I don't care. That kind of stuff gets into, like, more stuff that would be, like, long-term coding stuff. At its simplest core, my goal with that stuff would be very much just take some basic concepts from games that work, right? Take some basic ideas. Don't care about intellectual property or anything else. Fuck you, I'm gonna make this world. We're gonna have robo-brains or whatever. We're gonna use elements about little loading screen mini-games, maybe. You go back home, you can do some little mini-games and have some little fun here and there that fits the actual thematics to get the juxtaposition even harder. Hey, here's a mini-game where you have to repair your kid's teddy bear. Hey, you gotta fix the washing machine. You gotta help your wife cook dinner. Here's some little mini-game. Oh, wait, you just finished, like, slaughtering an army of enemy combatants who were basically the Reds from Metro. Okay, cool. Come back home, because your son needs his toy robot to work. Fixing the washing machine, just make sure you don't get stuck. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you have those little moments, and the entire purpose there is to make the actual combat feel better, right? Not like to get in the fucking way of it. It's like, okay, cool. I have these moments, and how am I coping with this stuff? How do I deal with that shit? Sometimes the most boring job is the fun one, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you add in those little elements there, and if you're doing just pre-made assets for a lot of this shit, you can throw that stuff in there. You can have that shit, right? And the hope is that it works well enough together. Because I'm gonna be honest, a lot of this shit's fucking spaghetti code, man. A lot of this shit is such fucking spaghetti. Holy crap, it's so much fucking spaghetti. Now, if I was doing this shit from scratch, and I was willing to actually, like, sit down, do the coding, slow work, it would take for fucking ever. But it would be a lot easier to actually look up tables proper, get this shit. Again, have, like, a very simple art style that you can have stuff commissioned for fairly easily. I could see, like, slow-rolling a lot of this stuff and just dumping all my assets into it instead. I don't have much money, chat, but the money I do have, I could probably, like, slow-roll a game like this with a long development cycle. Let's be honest, the cowboy idea is a lot easier, because that one is just, cool, I have a basic set of shooting mechanics, basic cutscenes, I go through a fairly, like, simple story, you play it again, you get some different items, right? Refuel the car would be a great thing, which is, like, missing in gaming. Yeah, have actual, like, you have to refuel your car and figure out fuel for it and that stuff, or you just can't use the fast travel system. I mean, shit, Fallout 2 did that. You actually had to get supplies and put them into your car to refuel it. You know what I mean? But the cowboy idea is one that is significantly easier to get running, because that one's basically just tweak your gunplay, have your basic, like, shoot, get your level design set up in a way that the levels present an interesting challenge as you go. Bing, bang, boom, you're good to go, right? This other idea would honestly probably be better suited for something that I did after I did something like that. Because this thing, again, it has the potential to turn way too ambitious, and the only way you're going to simplify it is if you're using pre-built code and trying to get it working together with each other, which, over time, if you ask anybody who's worked in coding, trying to get a bunch of different code to play nice is such a pain in the ass, and there's a lot of times when something will work perfectly fine on your machine, and it is not gonna fucking work on anyone else's machine. You know that? The more complicated you make that shit, it's gonna work on less and less people's stuff. And if you're using one of the engines that has the most pre-built assets, for example, Unreal is a dog shit engine that everybody's trying to use that is built for very specific tasks. Do you guys know how much of its resources in Unreal are built entirely around the idea of terrain deformation and an active terrain that you can modify? Now, for some of you guys, you might not understand what I'm getting at there. So there are static terrains where you generate the terrain and it's good to go. And there's active terrain where it's constantly being regenerated. And a system that's built for active terrain is gonna be shit for static terrain. And vice versa. Because the active terrain is going to have a lot of these little bits and bobs that are just hardcore modified to make that shit work, and it's still gonna do it even if it's turned off. It is such a pain in the ass, man. I don't think people understand just how much of a pain in the ass the Unreal Engine can be, just because of how it was made. And from the core, it was never supposed to be an everything engine. They didn't build this from the ground up to be an everything engine. They're taking it and crowbarring it to be an everything. Because game developers have, for some fucking reason, decided that they want to have this so they can easily outsource everything to China, India, Afghanistan, literally anywhere they possibly can to get shit the cheapest it can possibly be. Even though a lot of times they're not actually making it that cheap. They're making it more expensive and lower quality. But then again, that's a problem with everything. But yeah, no, doing like, even bringing in some basic shit. Like, hey, you're on a loading screen? Cool. We'll add mini-games to the loading screens. Like, hey, we've got a loading screen that takes too much time. Alright, we'll add little mini-games you can do. And you can, like, play the mini-games from the main menu. Cool. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of shit could work just fine. You build really, really, really simple arcade mini-games like fucking Asteroids or like a basic shmup or something like that you can play while the game's loading. And like just play the simplest fucking arcade games you can get your hands on. Fucking hate that shit so much. I think like legitimately, honestly just stealing old like Commodore 64 and arcade games and having them be mini-games for doing things in the main game would work fine. Like, my problem with Secret of the Mimic was not even that it had that stupid little mini-game. Fucking hell. What is wrong with me right now? I thought I was gonna be able to swerve through that. My problem with Secret of the Mimic, when it comes to those mini-games, is it was the same fucking minigame every single time and you had to do it over and over again. It wasn't creatively implemented, and it wasn't, like, changing really. But, like, okay, if I had the actual money to run a studio, right? I would love to just get an older studio that has a bunch of games in their back catalog. And instead of doing a Midway Arcade Treasures type thing, where you have the collection of arcade games in there, you literally just have your minigames be playing a level or two of those properties that you already have that haven't been used since the 70s or 80s. And you're just like, hey, play a little bit of this on your loading screen, or play a little bit of this in the game. Here we go, we can do the tape collection from like Fallout 4. There you go, boom. Collect the items in-game, and now you got mini-games you can play back at base, or you can play on loading screen. By doing the helmet upgrade mechanic, have your HUD elements be affected by the stuff you get, have little benefits actually be side grades for each other. So instead of necessarily having a straight upgrade for everything, you can kind of just do alternative gameplay methods that you can balance out. And if some things don't quite work so well, well. People just won't use that gear, you know what I mean? And at its core, you can have a very simple sort of, here is the environment that you can go through. When you return back to base, it'll respawn it. If we're on this timeline, when you leave, it'll have X, Y, and Z. You basically have a similar, like, timing setup to Dead Rising. where you have the basic sort of, like, set schedule. If you make it a fairly shorter game to start with, you can have the complications in there and have people replay the shit over and over again, or you can go multiple ways. I'm just talking out some potential ideas here. All of these are potentials, right? But at the end of the day, all of this is the easiest fucking part of game design in the world, the idea crafting. I'm gonna be honest with you. Nobody likes an ideas man, because the ideas men fucking suck. Because they don't understand how hard it is to actually implement that. You have to have a proper design document, you have to have these proper like development structures and what have you. The only way this would be easier is if you had a bunch of code that already could work with each other or keep isolated. Like you can just kind of like slot it in together and just call it a day. I do think if I added any sort of vehicle into a game I was doing there, the vehicle itself would be a fast travel mode, not something you would actually drive in a first-person environment. What I would honestly probably want to do if I was doing something like that, you have a very basic arcade racer, right? You can walk on foot, or you can use your fast travel and then play an arcade racing minigame. Actually, if you did a pseudo-open world where you have open world sub-areas like in Fallout 2, one of the ways that you could do this stuff fairly easily would be to have the world map that you travel on in 2D with a little icon on the map, right? And you select little spots on the world where you want to go. Literally just the Fallout 2 map interface, right? Even if you did a first-person game, you steal the Fallout 2 map interface, right? You have the racing stuff, and you can use the racing stuff to travel through. Boom, 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 boom. Use the racing minigame for when you want to travel by your car, and you can do like a minigame for refueling it and whatnot. You have your vehicle, you can refuel it, you can do your little things, and you can have your encounters, and if you wreck your car on the way out there, instead of having a game over, you can have a little encounter, right? So if you're good enough at it, you can avoid the encounters. And you can get rewarded for going through without having the encounters. That can definitely be one methodology that can be used there. If you have that fast travel mechanic, you can instead focus on a series of small, linear levels, where the levels themselves are very well designed, but you can travel between them, similar to the old Smite. Not Smite. Is it Smite? The Doom-type game, where you had the Doom-type RPG where you could travel back and forth, where you have those, like, Doom-era style, like, levels where each of the areas is its own level, and it'll repopulate over time with new people and whatnot. You have your basic, like, understanding under the hood of these characters will do these rough things at these times, if X then Y. You do a basic flagging system so that you can get that stuff ready to go. In that regard, you'd be able to have the isometric mixed with the 3D. I think by doing the basic isometric map where you can travel in the overworld instead, and then you have the real-time actual combat when you go into an area, effectively you'd be loading a map, and you'd have a collection of pre-built maps that you can place just about anywhere. There would be a random number generation on if you had got there. You can have your basic skill tree as well. Effectively, you're combining the best elements of these games to make something that would be fairly familiar but would still have, you know, some uniqueness to it. By going that route, I think that you could really cut some corners in a good way. You could still have the heads-up display, you could still have these things, and honestly, if you're doing the third-person gaming, right, you can have the isometric mode with the 3D third-person models, and only have certain animations, that might not look good when you're close up to them. Have those happen on the isometric segment. Because again, if you have, instead of having cutscenes, or talking to people like face-to-face in a loading thing, loading up a pop-up window Fallout 2 style, and then having, or Baldur's Gate style, whatever you want to call it, but having like an actual separate window that pops up for this, and you have the talking heads, means that there's a lot of animation budget you can save by having stuff pre-rendered. I still believe firmly in the idea of pre-rendering. You can have your world map be completely a pre-rendered sprite, which means you can have a better quality out of it. You can have a very high-end, very high-detail pre-render. Then you have the actual environment, which means you can make the world a bigger place. You you can have these bigger explorations of the area. The world can feel bigger without being bigger, right? You could build a very simple, effective format for doing these sort of things. You're basically just, again, it's basically just Fallout 2 with Fallout 3 and Stalker elements. You could try and take a lot of that in there. The problem would be figuring out a way to not make it a loading screen simulator, right? Because that's something that they tried to do with, damn, I used a bomb. That's something they tried to do with, Starfield. Starfield tried to do that shit, right? And instead you had a bunch of just loading screen to a loading screen to a loading screen. Instead of minimizing loading screens, you can still have the bunch of loading screens, but by adding loading screen minigames that you can do and then contextualizing them inside the world itself, you could have it so that people feel a little less bound by it. You know what I mean? You have a series of very simple, repeatable, easy play, arcade minigames that they can do there for your loading screens. They could be arcade minigames such as, like, again, you have a minigame where you're able to drive a car. Like, maybe even like a Burnout, or not Burnout, the Cruising USA or something like that. The classic 2D sort of simple, like, repeatable sort of thing, so it's not as easy to get super bored from that. But it's not as easy to get super duper bored. You're not going to be sitting there going, holy shit, I can't just let this loading screen be done. Instead, you're able to have something that's getting you a solid focus and getting your brain doing literally anything while you're waiting on your loading screen. By making them simple, you can make them load faster. Again, I've already talked that the art style I would want to use for any game I was making is honestly probably just going to stick with a nice black and white grayscale art style. Because I find that while it would definitely get boring eventually, by doing a slightly cartoony, very stylized grayscale, it would be significantly cheaper and easier and faster to get the actual models done, knowing that you don't have to worry about those multiple layers of color. If you do a minimized, sort of classic, like black and white, maybe comic booky sort of filter to it, right? Or a Mad World style could work as well. If you do that sort of very simple and you have just the punctuated by red, fucking hell. No, I'm restarting. If you do the punctuated by blood, so you have that black, white, and red, and you don't have the shades of gray, you just have solid black, white, and red, and then you do different hash patterns and whatnot. You can have a cool art style that people can get used to. They can be... it would be something that would be an art style that I could do myself, which would definitely make... well, I can at least do the texture work myself, which would definitely save some budget. Then I can just have the 3D models made by somebody else, and then retexture them myself. Have the very basic, very simple stuff done there. Or you can even have the actual environments being low poly stuff and then have the high rendered talking head models. So you focus on something that is able to run on more computers. By having the hyper simplified actual gameplay assets, you try to make them lower poly, have them be like more up to the imagination. That lets you add more gear variety into the game without worrying as much. Because if you did not even a fixed, but a third person that's further away from it, you could do it that way. Or you could, of course, do the live action isometric. I'm still not certain how I want to proceed with that. Again, right now I'm just kind of going through some mental math here on what could be done to simplify the idea while keeping the core elements that would be cool. I do think that if you were doing something like this, cutting the color palette is going to be great. Cutting cutting the poly count on a lot of things could be good as well. Making use of pre-rendered assets would be great, right? Your global map being pre-rendered, fantastic. Your actual, give me a second here. There we go. Sorry about that. But what I'm thinking is, like, again, because there's a lot of complicated ideas here. The idea of having your HUD shift when you have different equipment, that could be as easy as having it always there and just setting the flags, and have the coloration of the HUD be different depending. Have some slightly different art assets, or even just changing the font, right? There's more professional and less professional fonts. You could have a set of different created fonts and different colorations for an easy recognition. If you're doing the car stuff, again, you do mostly pre-rendered assets. You have a car moving across a pre-rendered map. That lets you fairly easily get rid of a lot of the offload, because it's basically just a PNG/JPEG that you're moving across another PNG or JPEG, or a GIF that you're moving across a GIF you're moving across a PNG. Heading out, stopping sometime next week. Hell yeah. I like the idea of doing a lot of pre-rendering, because if you do a lot of pre-rendering, again, you're able to make it run on more products, make it run on more computers. The idea of hyper-simplifying is something that's very passionate to me, because I've been somebody who can't afford a nice computer, and I know plenty of people who just can't fucking afford even a semi-decent gaming computer, who are very much locked out of gaming because they can't fucking afford it. And again, if this was a game that I wanted to release for free because I wanted to hide the fact that I would be using other people's shit, which, let's be honest, that's what I'd fucking do. I'd release it for free and then be like, hey, do you want to support my other projects that aren't this? No, I don't accept any money for this thing. But hey, how about this other thing that's completely disconnected? Basically use it as free advertising for other things that I could actually collect money on. But if you hyper-simplify, if you do a lot of like pre-rendering, if you did pre-baking on all the lights instead of doing any of the ray tracing bullshit, congratulations, you're saving a lot of resources. If you did make it a live-action isometric game, congratulations, we no longer have to worry about people looking at the clouds. Even if instead of it being live-action isometric, it was just live-action fixed camera, where the actual position of the camera is based off the position of your person, and you then instead have the, like the angle is always like looking down, but you can still like swoop it around. Maybe zoom in, zoom out. Could easily take inspiration from Wasteland, yeah. That's wild. Sorry, I got handed some food that was made by my mom, who said that it was originally something that it's a family member who used to work at their school used to make it when she was doing lunch services, and it's actually really, really tasty. It's really, really tasty. It's really, really, really tasty. There was like a complex step listing there where she was talking about how it was like somebody. It was like a distant connection, but still a connection. Yeah, I'm thinking if you did a lot of pre-render, if you did a lot of pre-made assets, you could try and get shit working. Damn. I'm doing pretty bad at this. That is incredibly bad. Just a little bit of lunatic to try and make my brain relax. I do think that playing on lunatic even for a little bit can make you a much better player, because it'll force you to understand what your actual flaws are with some of this, and make you do things you won't normally do. Yeah. Alright, cool. I mean, honestly, we got 2 top-ranking scores there. Hell yeah. I call that pretty good. 2 top-ranking scores. Hell yeah. Let's go back to hard, so we can get that stuff. Are we still live on YouTube? Let me double check here. We are. Uh-oh. 0 concurrent viewers. But that's fine. Because I've been talking about some bullshit for this entire time. We are still live. That is good. That is good. Let me try moving that to make sure. There we go. Okay, so we are still live, just nobody watching. That's fine. Are we still on Twitch as well? Hell yes. Hell yes. Alright. Good. It's at least still working. Hold on. Hold on a second. Boom, boom. There we go. But yeah, I do think that long term, if you went with that sort of route, I think that'd be fun. Because again, a lot of game design is you have a complicated idea. Gaming while watching. No, I just want to make sure things are actually, because we've had so many crashes. You know what I mean? We've had so many times that the stream has crashed. That's why I'm checking, right? It's not because you guys are quiet. It is because I'm used to this shit crashing. Oh, I didn't select hard mode. I selected lunatic again. So I think if you... Okay, simplify the art style. I'm trying to take a concept that we've just hashed out here and simplify it down to a position, because we complicated it first, right? Step 2 of building an idea is to simplify it, right? Core gameplay loop. What are the essentials of a core gameplay loop? Start day. Interact with home base. Have options and have energy bar of things you can do. The energy bar limits the amount of time people can spend at home base and gives them a reason to leave. By having a series of small interactions, you are able to have the home environment have a solid gameplay loop that allows the player to have an understanding of the characters he's interacting with. Basic relationship bars could be utilized to have certain elements and unlock little story elements connected to flags related to how you are deciding to interact at home. This simplified process would be fairly easy to implement, because we would just be doing effectively a light novel home environment with more choice, taking inspiration from the gacha games and whatnot, because a lot of those are going to have pre-existing systems for those energy bars. But instead of you having to wait real time to refund or to progress the story, progress the single player stuff, when you run out, you just go out into the real world. You leave the bunker, and you're able to travel. The travel menu itself, the home menu we can have be simplified, pre-rendered dialogues, and basic placement of isometric assets. Boom. Nice, quick, clean, easy. Simplifying the art style to a 2 or 3 color art style would make for easier art asset production and usage of existing assets, which could easily modify a non-existing asset into the a pre-existing asset into the style of the game without failing the actual art style that is at the core of the experience. Cool. The home environment would be fairly easy. You have pre-rendered maps for travel. Travel itself can be handled in a pre-rendered map. Bing, bang, boom. Cool. Whether on foot or in car. Inspiration can be taken from Sheltered, can be taken from various products that are existing on the market, including Fallout 2. You can have a limited amount of energy for travel, or you can have the standard, number tick down, where if you don't visit after a certain amount of time, You can enter a fail state by not caring for your family. This allows you to have a hard limit on how far you can get in the early game that you can increase the limit over time, effectively causing a limit and a way to return back to the home without staying either at the home or too far out at any given time. Tying HUD elements to your gear could be a fairly simple way to add variety. Having batteries and other, effectively ammunition, for your ease of use items, anything that is a convenience item would effectively have fuel. Items that you have to refresh, be it over time, or be it through use of minigames. This encourages acting within the minigames themselves. Boom. Cool. Again, if you utilize pre-existing minigames or free demo games or what have you, or even just other people's shit, you can build a simplistic environment where you can have easy returns on your focus. Easy returns for your player's investment. Cool. Actual gameplay gameplay outside of the base consists of traveling to an area, exploring the local environment in a first or third person setting, interacting with other individuals to do basic RPG quests, and having openness for combat encounters. The inventory system could be easily established to be the very simple stalker method of a visual screen with squares. Inventory Tetris allows for a further minigame where you can have a visualization of what you have access to. Taking the Resident Evil 4 approach for your inventory would allow you to have, again, one more way for the player to have actual game that they can have fun with, right? Actual game that they have fun with in their inventory. It turns the inventory itself into another game. So you have the game of home play, the game of the mini games associated with upping and downing those things. You have the game of your inventory. We add in a game of your actual upgrading, make everything an actual game that you can play, with its own smaller gameplay loops feeding into the bigger gameplay loop. At the core, the description I would give of this game would be at home, engage in the home gameplay loop, go to the map gameplay loop, go to the actual level loop, return back to home loop, spend upgrade points. If we make it so you can only level up back at home, even without a timer, that could even if we didn't put a timer on, if you make it so you can only level up at home, that would force people to come back home and interact with those gameplay mechanics in a way that could make them resent their family, but would still have an opportunity to have some sort of element there. The gameplay loops themselves should be reflective of the stories that you're trying to tell with the characters that you've got. By having the gameplay feel different when you're out in the main world, with a main focus on hardcore shooting, jumping, looting, doing your basic core element effects, you would be able to ensure that the home gameplay loop feels like a reprieve from the outside, and the outside feels like a reprieve from the inside. By minimizing the amount of voice acting and maximizing the amount of text in a similar way to the old-style CRPGs, we could add a maximal amount of story, be it by hiring writers from various sectors or what have you, getting even potentially fanfic writers to write things. You could have these series of dialogues where each character, you could bring on somebody just to write the dialogue of that one character, and you don't have to worry about voice acting it, so you can just let them go a little bit hog wild, have a basic sort of whatever your story is, but you could add in more and more story to it without having to worry about the budget ballooning out of control. Text-based story is very fucking easy to add to a gameplay system. So you can make the story very long, and people can still skip through it, having like basic dialogue options. If you have a simplistic RPG system, just take the ideas of Fallout 3/New Vegas. Congratulations, you now have an easy way to add replayability with people getting XP to grab these different bits. You can have a pre-start for these things. And again, all of this can be done in a way that simplifies the work that you have to put in there. I believe firmly that these core sets of loops could be made in such a way that could minimize the cost requirement, minimize the effort that is required to implement, and maximize the potential of an enjoyable gaming experience. Thank you guys for participating and for listening to my game talk. I don't have any Funyuns to provide you. They all kind of molded over years ago, but, you know, the thought that counts. I do have some Funyun bags, if you guys want to, like, you know, like, hold them, I guess, and imagine that there's Funyuns in them. Yeah, I feel that if we have our core gameplay loops, of the loop of the map, we should have mini-games for cars, or, you know, just playing mini-games to get to a location. The actual combat there, we can minimize the impact of the loading screens, we can minimize the impact of any of the elements here, and still incentivize players interacting with them. If we add in some very basic RPG mechanics, we might not even necessarily need... Hey, I did it! We might not even necessarily need to add in the, Sorry, brain's doing something. We might not even necessarily need to add in all the RPG mechanics. You could just go the route of Alpha Protocol and have your dialogue choices give you a bunch of perks, effectively. Because by going that route, you're able to make it the actual, like, skills would just be gates for dialogue. If we did skills as a series of gates for dialogue and unlocks for perks, and then you could make your dialogue choices actively give you flags for these different upgrades, then you had a lot of your stuff coming from your gear that you're grabbing in these environments. We could do an easy loot table, which again adds more variety with minimal work on there. You don't necessarily need to worry about balancing. Let's be honest here. Balancing in a single-player game doesn't fucking matter that much. And even if they break one of the loops, the idea is that you don't want to be able to break all of them, which is also a benefit of having multiple gameplay loops. Having these nested loops with the greater loop of get supply, upgrade base, I think would be kind of fun. Or I guess the core loop would be get more story. Yeah. You can complicate or simplify this as you need. Simplifying methods would include the idea of keeping your graphics level simple, embracing a retro style in order to have lower requirements, and embracing a highly unique style that is easy to force objects into through simple reskinning, where you don't have to necessarily worry about the object itself fitting the style. You don't have to worry about a hyper-high realism. By having a highly dedicated style instead of going for realism, you can also not make use of certain features that modern games make use of in order to lower the requirements here, with a main focus being on allowing the maximum amount of people to be able to potentially play your game without having to feel like they're playing a game that looks like shit. Instead, they'll think, oh, this art style looks bad, or this art style looks good. I do think that all these elements together could make a successful product, which would achieve its goal, being that the goal would be to get people to play it and have fun, as opposed to the goal being a financial return. Story can be about fruits, and we can call it Fruity Loops. No, I'm talking like gameplay loops are a gaming terminology. In all seriousness, with all the loops, are you planning on dealing with the game becoming too repetitive? No. Every game has gameplay loops, right? Gameplay loop is your actions in the minute-to-minute gameplay. It's not that the game is literally looping itself, right? The idea is that you would have these little gameplay elements that keep it from becoming repetitive by having multiple elements that you have to master. And the individual elements could become repetitive over time, but if you add in items that make those loops, those gameplay elements, a gameplay loop is how you play the game. In Call of Duty, your gameplay loop is shoot guy. Move, position around map, shoot, kill. No, I'm talking about the actual... Sorry, there's a better way to explain that. Give me a second here, I'm a little bit distracted by the fact that we've gotten fairly far on Lunatic. Hold on. Your gameplay loop is the basic, like, moment-to-moment gameplay. Borderlands would be looter, shooter, where you loot items, you shoot enemies, use XP to level up, to loot items, shoot enemy, move around map. You know, your basic, like, core moment-to-moment gameplay. What I'm talking about here is having a game that has several different core gameplays that you are interacting with as you go, as a way of having those core gameplays reflect the actual story significance. And the juxtaposition between the different gameplay loops is the purpose of the gameplay loops, right? The idea being that you have these fun-loving, happy sort of mini-games at the home life, and you have more of your, like, hardcore action shooting when you're out there, and you have your travel sort of experience as well. Effectively, that would be making 3 separate games instead of 1, which would be 3 times the work. Oh, that was hard. Okay. That was not Lunatic, that was only hard. Well, that's sad. Alright. I wasn't focusing enough then. But the idea would effectively be, because you have these more loops, it is going to eventually become repetitive, but you want to try to work hard to make... This isn't hard. Wait, is this Lunatic? No. Huh. I'm not used to this many... Maybe it's just because I wasn't focusing on them. Okay. But effectively, my goal with that stuff would be to try and make each of them as enjoyable on their own as possible. Inevitably, when you have multiple loops like that, instead of having one concise, hard-focused gameplay loop... No, this is not sorry. Inevitably, when you have multiple gameplay loops as opposed to a single unifying gameplay concept loop, you are making it so that there will be loops that your average player won't enjoy as much as the other ones, and they'll eventually feel that those other loops get in the way of the loop that you want to focus them on. Because not every gamer is every other gamer, right? And you'll always have, like, some of these people unhappy. But my core here with this is I want to make a game that is highly dedicated to the actual core group. So the theming of the game and the theming of the loops should be around that responsibility, should be around that dedication, should be, like, you know, the actual loop itself, the actual story, the gameplay would be the gameplay would be in service of the story, and the story would be in service of the gameplay with a core concept thematically. The theme being, you know, sacrifice, loyalty, honor, duty sort of thing, which I think would resonate fairly well with the folks. And how that juxtaposes with how you handle what you have to do with the people you're doing it for. You know what I mean? I would really, really like to, at its core, be able to make a game that, yes, you have your cool, super fun shooty shoot, but you also have that mean something just by the act of having a purpose for the shooting, right? Which is the thing that I said at the beginning of all this. I like the idea of having an actual purpose to it, Because then you can still do your mindless shooting and still have, like, you know, you have a reason, you have a goal, you have something you're pushing towards. Even if that goal is a more nebulous one, right? And then you can have it build up to a story that you can then finish off at the end of it. I wanted to eat ice cream, but the box in the freezer was empty. Did you put back an empty box in the freezer? Were you, like, drunkenly eating ice cream at some point? Put it back in the freezer, not thinking about it? And now present K. Victus is having to live with the consequences of past K. Victus's actions? Do you need me to beat up past K. Victus for you, present K. Victus? Because I can do that. Although I guess now it's past K. Victus hurting slightly less past K. Victus. There we go. Cool. I put my hand in the box, not looking, just taking the ice cream. Ah, okay. That makes sense. So it's just one of those where it was running out, but you didn't know because of the style that you were grabbing it. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, yes. See what I'm doing. Grab more lives. Fuck. I didn't... Man, I just slammed face first in that. Alright, don't let it ruin your groove. The problem is, anytime I die, for any reason, I start freaking out. Ah! Touhou Touhuseday I. Trinity, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you're having the absolute best day you can. Oh, damn it. Where's the music? What do you mean, where's the music? Hold on, has it not been capturing? Fuck! Has it not been capturing? Oh. What do you mean it hasn't been fucking capturing? What do you fucking mean? I hear it. I hear it. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. There's now music, but I haven't changed anything. Wait, but chat, I didn't change anything. I didn't do anything yet. What do you mean? I didn't do anything yet. What? No, but I didn't do anything. What do you mean there's now music in the... What? No, music was there for like 5 seconds. What do you mean the music was there for 5 seconds? What do you mean? No, what do you mean the music was there? Is it there now? Is it there now? Because I'm not doing anything yet. So it's still there. But I was gonna go fix it. I haven't fixed it yet. Okay. But what? Well, that explains a lot. Okay. I don't know how that works. Is it still there? Well, the volume is going to change anytime I talk. Because all of my volume gets quieter when I talk, right? Everything should be getting quieter when I talk. So the louder I get, right? The more quiet the music should get. That's how it's supposed to go, right? Does that make a cowbell funk remix of Uba makes them? Ooh. Alright, I'm on board. Ah! Why am I suddenly playing so much fucking worse? We weren't dying at all. Oh, it's because we're getting to that. We're getting to the coffee wear off. So we have the coffee crash, which means I'm going to get some more coffee. I'm excited that there is a new Touhou. It makes me happy. Should I like just skip right to Touhou 20 for a bit? It's not that good, but it sounds acceptable to me. Well, as long as it's what you think you're able to do, right? At least it's what you think you're able to do, right? As weird as that sounds. It should always be something that you are confident in. You're not confident with it. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, you're the only one who has to be happy with what you make. And if you're not happy yet, well, you need to do better, because you're not happy with it. And if you're happy with it, then, okay, you've done enough. But are you happy with it? Yes or no? You know? I mean, as weird as that is to say, I don't know if that's actually helpful advice, but that's what I try to think. And that's because I'm never happy about anything, you know? I've also got an issue with actually caring what other people think and trying desperately not to. Does this feel hard enough, like, after playing up? I might have to grab more coffee or something like that, because I'm starting to get a little lethargic. Or I could just drink more of the coffee I've got sitting here next to me. You know, hold on, I've got coffee sitting right here. Hold on. Excuse me. That's right. It's a little hard to hear my voice now. All right. Is that better? I've got it so it's still, like, decent volume, but it should be getting quiet enough when I'm talking, so that it's not hard to hear my voice. Is that it? Is that it? Are we good? Are we good? I think it's better. Who knows? Who knows? Listen, I am no professional. Damn, we're doing so much worse now. We're doing so much worse now. Holy shit. Like, okay, so we were doing some really good runs for a bit there. I played Lunatic for a little bit, and now immediately, I'm doing so much worse. Maybe I just need to do more Lunatic, I guess? I don't know. There we go. No. Oh. Yeah, I do think that whatever I wind up doing, right? No matter what game you wind up doing, if you're ever going to make a game, make it something that you enjoy. Make it something that you genuinely can have fun with. And try to remember your audience and make it something that they can enjoy. I do find it interesting how many developers these days, they'll make a game for a fictional audience, as in, they're not making it for them, they're not making it for anybody at home, they don't seem to be making it for literally anyone. It's not just not for them, it's not for anybody, it's for like an audience that they think they should be appealing to. It's wild, man. Oh. There we go. Very good. Very good. Very good. Are we on harder or are we on lunatic? I can't actually remember. Well, we're gonna find out as soon as I fight Rhombus. I don't know. This is just normal? Or just hard? Yeah, no, this is just hard. Very good. Trying to stay up here in the middle of the screen. Remember, like, her whole thing is that she has to be close. We're getting to that part of the evening where I keep making calls where I think I've moved, and the control just does not move. What the fuck was that? Chat, was I not positioned correctly? Isn't that the same spot I was before? Or did the attack move? Because I know it expands out, but I thought that that was usually a safe area. Am I misremembering? Or is it because I had a different score point than I normally do, as they do the whole, like, your little, score level or whatever it is. The, oh, what's it called? They do the, what's it? The who's'em what's it? The power level? Whatever it is. The 32 score. That it, like, maxes out at 32. Yeah, this is definitely not lunatic, it's definitely hard. I may... How long will we stream? Oh, that's why. See, for some reason, whenever I stream more than, like, 3 hours of this, we hit a little, like, point where I'll lose all of the progress I had been making, which makes me wonder earnestly if I shouldn't try and cap these at 3 hours for the Touhou Tuesday. So we have a nice, like, short, sweet stream that people can enjoy. Or if I want to just, like, try and power through it. Just hope for the best. There we go. Pretty good. I'm getting better at dealing with her. You kind of just have to, like, a lot of these people, you just kind of have to stick in their face and scare the hell out of them, and they'll wander off. I wonder if that works in real life. You just kind of have to stand your ground and shoot the hell out of them, and then they won't be a problem. I don't know. Maybe? Chat, when do we get to see Chirno's frozen frog? Is that after she gets a tan, or is that... Come on, Chirno! I want you to... Ow! Not kill me. I want you to be violently impressed. Okay, let's try and see what we can do here. Try to stay true. I'm switching to just talking about the game because I'm trying to figure out if I can do... I'm starting to have some pains. Can here. Can through. There we go. Come on, try and stay close. Come on! There we go, there we go! Alright! Yes! Yes! Hima, are you okay? Hmm? Did something happen? What? I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Am I okay? I think I'm okay. Am I still alive? Ow. I may actually just have to go, guys. I've been having some issues ever since I got out of the shower this morning. Oh, jeez. Ow. Him, are you okay, like, in general? Oh, no, I have not been actually okay in a long time, and I try my best to act like things are fine and just try to put on a brave face, but I'm incredibly scared, incredibly lonely, incredibly sad, depressed, overworked, and have been dealing with a lot of things that are weighing heavy on my conscience. And I try my best to minimize bringing that into here. I genuinely do, right? Believe it or not, as depressing and black-pilled as some of my conversations can be, this is me doing my absolute best to be upbeat and happy as I can. It is very hard to live with some of the things that I've had to do, some of the things that I've had to see, and some of the things that I've had to deal with, and do the best coping that you possibly can. But a lot of this stuff just does not... it's not exactly something you can easily handle. It's something that is going to weigh on me for the rest of my life. There's a lot of things that you have to deal with, and I do my absolute best to try and keep this an entertaining place, to try and, even if I'm not able to be the most positive, even if I'm not able to be the most helpful or happy, I try to at the very least keep things interesting, which is very difficult with some of the issues that I've had to deal with and whatnot. And I'm just gonna lay it open. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. And I realize I don't have to be. And there's no real, like, super benefit to it. But I am just genuinely, I'm just me, you know? Yeah. Definitely something to walk in on. Hey, somebody asked if I was okay, and I was answering, you know? I was answering. I worked private security for several years overseas, and I had to deal with a lot of fucked up shit. Stuff that you just kind of live with forever, and you do the best you can. You try to work your way through it, and you try to put up with it. And so I do these little Touhou Tuesdays, so I can try and have something in my life that I actually have control over. What you gonna do, huh? Best you absolutely can. Understand. I understand. You've already dropped out after sending that. I told you. What's the real Yukari Yakumo doing here? Apparently being freaked out by coming in at exactly the worst possible time. Not the worst possible time, just a bit of a rough spot. I still want to go back to the other bit. Yeah, no. Like, actually, in general, I'm doing awful. Doing the best I can to to try and survive. But hey, you know, I'd like to think I at least put on some level of entertainment. There we go. I'd like to think I do a pretty decent job, at least faking being stable and good. Chen using laptop. Ah, okay. Secret Chen. Because I mean, like, I do not expect anyone to understand and to empathize with it, but I do the best I can, you know? And I realize that a lot of people will cope with dark comedy. I do too, you know? We all have our ways to cope so that we don't break down the field. Everybody has their ways of not breaking down, and mine are the best that they can be. You know? It's not easy to spend a lot of your time remembering what it's like to pull the trigger on somebody who's unarmed because they're strapped with the vest. Or having to remember any of that stuff and having to try and figure out ways to move forward from it. Like, there's a lot of rough things that you got to deal with, and you do the best you can. You know, you survive the best you can. And instead of doing therapy or something like that, I just try to work through it and try to understand it, and try to find new coping ways and new ways to move forward and try not to live in the past too much. Try not to live in your own failures and what have you, and just try to, you know, do the best you can. And still try to improve each and every day, whether it's improving through how you can handle Touhou, improving through how you can handle like your streaming or whatnot, or editing, or responsibilities. And I do recommend that you always try to be aware of how you cope with the things you wind up dealing with, and at the very least trying to understand what are healthy ways to cope and what are unhealthy. Oh shit, hold on. I've been thinking about work a lot. I've been thinking about it a lot. Just a lot of stress, and do exactly what you can. And sometimes you get really self-conscious about having a great character or what have you, and not being able to be as uplifting, upbeat, or as entertaining as you could be. I'm not the best at staying in character. I'm not the best at doing a lot of things, honestly. But I'm trying. And I hope that I learn a little bit more every day. Life is often cruel. Life is often calloused. Life is often a very difficult thing that you don't have the rulebook for. And a lot of the people who are going to try to give you the rulebook don't actually want you to understand the rules. They want you to obey their rules instead. And they want you to fall apart and fail. And I am regularly reminded of that. I think we all are. It doesn't mean we have to live that way. It doesn't mean we have to do that. You never have to sink to the level of somebody beneath you. Because they'll beat you in style. With experience. Never sink to someone else's level. You have to either sink far below their level or stand above it. Because let's be honest, if somebody's sinking to a low level and you sink to a level they wouldn't go to, congratulations, they're not going to know how to deal with it. But if you sink to their level, well, they've been there. They understand that level. You got to go deeper. You got to go lower. If they put one of yours in the hospital, you got to put 3 of theirs in the morgue. You know what I mean? Because they're never going to expect it. Metaphorically speaking, of course. Life is about making sure that you always sink that little bit lower than the other person. Just so you can kind of like throw them off edge. I guess not always, because you kind of want to, you know, element of surprise, right? Keeps you on your toes. Can I get closer? Can I get closer? Oh, I can get closer. Hold on. Whoa. Okay, there was a lag for me. Oh, come on! But I was saying the cool bit. You know, I'm telling you. You know what that probably is? That's probably YouTube's AI thing being unhappy that I'm talking about that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm on to you, YouTube. I'm on to you. There we go. Haha! Yes. Yes. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. Cherno's easy, or was that normal? I think it's her normal difficulty. Her normal difficulty at, spell cards. Some of those are harder than her actual, like, hard difficulty spell cards. I do kind of want to, like, play through all of the lunatic level spell cards, but I know I wouldn't be any good at most of them. Like, I'm barely making it too hard. You know what I mean? Yep. See what we got. There we go. Good, good. Sneak through. Holy crap. Come on. Alright, we're still doing pretty good on score. This is good at least. Yeah, I wasn't gonna... Ooh. You know, at least you were doing that around me instead of inside. Ah! Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff in life that can get a little bit rough. It's all about how you wind up dealing with it. And I'm a poor example of how to deal with it, but still like to think I survive it. Figurative last standing. I should really, like, pause these so I can read that dialogue. Do I still have a pause button on here? Nope. Go. I really need to bind something to pause the controller. There we go. You know about the Mount McDonald shake? What? That sounds... What is that? Hold on. That's fascinating. Hold on. What? Mount McDonald shake. What the hell is that? Is that a bunch of, like, burgers melded together? Because that sounds like something that 4chan would have tried to convince people was real. Like back in the day with the, Build a McDonald's burger where they tried to have the, mountain of cheese. They just put, like, 100 slices of cheese on something. Or the mayonnaise one, where it was just, like, put, like, 30 servings of mayonnaise on a bun. Call it a day. It's an interesting shake. Well, I'm interested to hear you tell me about it. I'm interested to hear you tell me about it. Tastes like diabetes. Oh. Now, can we make it taste like diabetes and a heart attack? Can we make it taste like both? I'm gonna be honest. If I'm going to McDonald's, I want myself my diabetes. I want my heart attack. I want, like, maybe a bit of lung cancer as well. You know? Who is the government to tell me I can't get my lung cancer from McDonald's? You know what I mean? I want to be, like, smoking in the corner, smoking like 12 packs of cigarettes at the McDonald's, not just in the parking lot. I want to be, like, right next to the play place, like, just smoking 100 cigarettes at a time. Have you guys seen the new play places, by the way? Where they just have the mounted, they just have the fucking, like, mounted, they have the little, like, the iPads. Like, they got rid of the climbing things and everything else. It's just little mounted iPads where you can play Roblox. 100 at once? Well, yeah. Uo's lab was able to make a device that lets you smoke 100 cigarettes at the same time. And another one that lets you smoke 500 cigarettes at the same time. Admittedly, it was one-time use, and it melted after using it, but... I mean, if he can do that, why can't I? Oh yeah, I know about that. Listen, you better know about that. That shit's amazing. That man's a fucking innovator. He has discovered so many ways to get cancer. I'm telling you, man. He is a master of ruining his body. You know that? There is no one even half as skilled as he is at that. If we were doing like those high school like yearbook awards, he would have most likely to be dead by 40. Oh man. What? Most likely to be in a federal prison? I don't know. Shit! Great, now I'm trading a life for a bomb. That is not a good trade. Okay, good. Oh, okay, so the outer edge. Still. At least I got the bomb. There we go. Oh, man. Did you guys know that he's doing right now? Right now? He is doing a donathon. I think it might have actually just ended, but it might still be going on. I don't know. Ah, we're not even gonna make it to her. We made it to Patchy so many times, and then we just start being bad at it, man. Hold on. Excuse me, I'd like to have a word with you. Patchy, I'd like to talk with you about your car's extended warranty. Son of a bitch. Ah, we could have done that. I hate ending with only 4 hours. But I might have to go because my stomach's hurting a lot. And I'm just super fucking stressed. And I don't want to have like a mental breakdown on stream. Oh, shit. It is getting harder and harder for me to actually be good enough to go live. And, you guys don't have to care about any of that. I just... Fucking hell. Man. Man. I couldn't even be bothered to actually put the actual model on today. We're gonna do better. It's gonna be better. We're gonna do better. It's gonna be better. Alright? Gonna do better. Gonna be better. I'm gonna read you guys off elsewhere. Let's see. Hey, listen. I think anybody who's willing to go live, like, let's just take a moment here. I think any of you guys who are willing to actually go live, right? Any of you guys who are willing to go live, any of you guys who are willing to put that effort in and take a risk on opening a stream, whether you're good at it, bad at it, whatever, you're still better than the people who don't go live at all. You know what I mean? If you're willing to go out there and put yourself on the fucking line, it is not easy to do a stream at all, right? Like, to do any stream at all, right? It doesn't matter whether you're doing a 3-hour stream, a 10-hour stream, a 2-hour stream, or a 30-minute stream. If you're willing to go live at all, if you're willing to go out there and put in some effort to build something that you personally are happy with, right? If you are willing to be out there and to do something, it doesn't fucking matter if it's good. It doesn't matter if other people even watch it. If you're willing to make the fucking attempt, you're already ahead of almost everybody else out there. And it doesn't fucking matter if you're great at it, if you're bad at it. None of that shit actually fucking matters. Did you go out there and try? If you fucked up, how are you gonna do better next time? No matter how many times I fail at Touhou here, no matter how many times I just, like, fall completely, I'm gonna get back up and I'm gonna do this shit again, right? I might only do a 3-hour stream, a 4-hour stream, or what have you, but I'm gonna come out there and I'm gonna do it again. And the fact that I'm playing it at all already puts me ahead of almost everyone in the community, because almost nobody actually plays the games. They watch things, they do things like that, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm already ahead. And if you've ever gone live, if you've ever put out a video, if you've ever done anything, congratulations, you're already ahead of most people. I mean, shit. Listen, most people don't even allow themselves to make the fucking attempt. Don't be most people. Go out there and try. This isn't just about streaming. This is about that hobby you wanted to pick up. This is about that book you wanted to write. This is about that fucking, like, game you wanted to play. This is about, like, anything, really. If you give up before you've even tried, if you give up because you're shit at something, right now you're shit at it, are you gonna be in 5 years, 10 years? I don't know. But if you never fucking try, you're gonna be just as bad 10 years from now as you are right now. If you never actually put in the hard effort to figure it out, yeah, you're gonna be bad forever. I don't know what it is deep down inside you want to do that you're stopping yourself from doing when it comes to actually being able to accomplish a goal, when it comes to being able to actually complete something that would be a positive impact on your life. But if it's something that would actually be a positive impact if you succeeded, something that would actually improve your life, improve your day-to-day, make it better, and give you a happier tomorrow, well, why not? Why not make the attempt? Why not fucking try? Why not give it a shot? Because, I mean, let's be fair here, man. There is so much in this world that people allow to be wrong, people allow to be undone. People just leave on the side. For what? Because you're scared? Yeah. Cool. It's a fun little excuse, you know? Being scared. I'm moving some flowers here with my mind powers. But that's all it is. I'm not gonna be good enough. I'm not gonna be able to finish it. I'm not gonna be able to... Nobody's gonna want it. Nobody's gonna watch it. Nobody's gonna this, that, the... Oh, why not try anyway? Why not still go out there and do? Why not fail? You know? What the hell's wrong with failing? Genuinely, what the hell's wrong with failing? What the hell's wrong with going out there and saying, you know what, this time, I didn't win. But you still went out. Well, what's wrong with spending 9 months, 10 months, 12 months trying and failing at Touhou? Well, it's a waste of your time. Okay, well, what else am I gonna fucking do? I'm a cripple. I'm not gonna fucking, like, run a marathon. I'm not gonna fucking be able to get back to my security job. I'm stuck inside, for the most part, doing shit for other people, right? What's the harm? It's not doing a bunch of alcohol. It's not, like, going out and having sex with, like, 30, 40, 50 women. It's not, like, hurting anybody else. It's not even hurting me, you know? Fucking hell. But I still try it. No matter how nervous I get or how scared I get about these things, you know what I mean? Not gonna lie, this makes me want to go for the top 250 on the rating leaderboard in this one mobile game I like to play. Well, then try it. Fucking hell, what's the... Okay, if you fail to get on that leaderboard, are you at least gonna move up a spot? And if you move down a spot, you got to that spot before, right? Even if you fucking manage to drop your leaderboard spot, okay, get it back. If you want to be 250, if you want to be number 1, if you want to be anything, fucking try. There's so many of us who sit there and do nothing because we just sit there in our own little fear, in our own little bubble, in our own little pity. And maybe some shit happened bad yesterday, maybe some shit happened bad today, maybe some shit will go bad tomorrow. But right here, right now, if you do nothing, there's a guaranteed negative outcome. If you keep just sitting there doing nothing, it's not gonna stagnate, it's not gonna stay the same, it's gonna get fucking worse. If you're actively improving yourself, even if you're failing to improve yourself, you're at least gonna tread water. But if you do fucking nothing, it's going to get worse. And it's gonna keep getting worse. And if you fail, make note of why you failed. If you failed, keep trying, keep going, keep building, keep improving. Shit ain't meritocracy anymore. Fucking hell, streaming is not meritocracy. Streaming is a bunch of these people who are on the approved list for botting getting brought up to these insane numbers that aren't realistic. It's a bunch of people botting their numbers, cheating, spending money, doing all this bullshit to try and make themselves feel better about themselves. Yeah. Yeah. Fail is first attempt in learning. Fucking hell, man. Well, the thing is, even if you're gonna be lazy in a way that you can be happy with. Fucking hell. Like, there's this whole thing that's like, you have to either be obsessive, active, or you're lazy. And that lazy is the enemy of everything. Like, lazy doesn't always mean you're doing nothing. Sometimes being lazy is a lot of fucking work. Sometimes actually properly being lazy and being able to stay lazy is a hell of a lot of work. Sometimes it's more work than actually putting in the effort. And it's a slow fucking death that works one day at a time to give you less and less and less until it all falls apart. Touhou is a game about trying, and it's a game about failing. It's a game about learning the patterns, learning the style, learning the motions, and being fucking humbled over and over and over again. And guess what? Life ain't that much different. If you go out there and you go streaming, you're not going to be number 1. You're not going to be number 10. You're not going to be number 100. You're not going to be number 1 million. At first, you're going to be number 0 fucking goose egg until you go live. And going from literally 0 to literally anything is a step up. When you're born, you're nothing. Before you're born, you don't even exist. You come into this world with nothing. You leave this world with nothing. What have you lost at the end of the day? Nothing. But what have you lost? What have you lost by trying to go for top 250? Well, you've lost time that you could have used on other shit. Or you could have spent still doing nothing in a different way. What have I lost by spending, what, like 8-9 months on this Touhou game? I've not really lost anything. I've had an opportunity to get better at talking on stream. I've had a bunch of opportunities to talk about some stuff, get it off my mind in a way that I can confidently say most people aren't gonna fucking see. Most people aren't gonna see the rants that I've had on game design, the rants on politics, the rants on anything that I'm just throwing out there into the void while playing a game over and over again, because most people got done with this whole series probably about 20 or 30 parts back. And the people who stay around are, well, they'll stay around for a bit, they'll come in, they'll go, they'll have their own time, right? Is there anything wrong with that? No! Is there anything wrong with streaming to literally no one? Not really. As long as you're learning from it. As long as you're not, like, hurting your health to stream to nobody. You know? It took me 225 attempts to beat one spell card. Acacia. Well, here's the thing, right? You still beat it. Even if you're a complete fuck-up in your life, right? Even if you fucked up every single thing you've ever done, you could... I know, none of you people, none of any of us, have fucked up literally everything. There's at least one thing we've succeeded at. I don't care how bad your life is right now, how good it is. Everybody has at least succeeded in something. Even if that something is getting up this morning. But even if you have failed at literally everything you've ever done, literally everything, you've still learned from that, right? You've still figured things out about yourself, about other people. Even if you've been betrayed, you've been backstabbed, you've been thrown out. Even if you've lost, like, everything else, you learned. Fucking hell, I have fucked up multiple engagements, right? I fucked up being a dad. I fucked up being a brother. I fucked up joining the military. I couldn't fucking manage it. I'm gonna fuck up my whole life, right? Doesn't stop me from trying. Shit. Couldn't fucking make it in the military, so I went to private security. Then in the end, I couldn't save my brother. I couldn't save a lot of people. I lost a lot of good people. And it's because I fucked up. I made the wrong call. And people died. I have fucked up so many times, and I have to live with that the entire rest of my life. You make bad calls. You fuck up your decision making. You fuck up just about anything. And you're gonna have to live with that forever. But at the very least, you try. You know? You fucking try. You try, and you try, and you try, and you try, and you get back up, and you fail the next time, and you fail the next time, but you keep fucking getting back up. I have spent my entire life fucking up. My entire fucking life. I fucked up school. I fucked up work. I fucked up at home. I fucked up my body. I fucked up my car. But I'm still here. Because fucking up isn't the end. Like messing up, failing, falling off, it's not the end. No matter how fucking bad it gets, no matter how awful everything falls the fuck apart. Are you dead? Oh, cool. Well, then you can still fuck up again tomorrow. You're not dead. You know? And if you're not dead, you can still fuck up tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and it'll get worse. And it'll fucking suck. And it might even break you mentally for a bit. Yeah, maybe you can't handle it. Maybe you're not good enough. But that's not an excuse. Just find a different way to fuck up tomorrow. Try to find a new way to fuck up every single day. Because at least you're going to be creative in that case, right? At least you're going to be able to come up with some brand new way to fuck it up. And then the next day you'll find another new way. You'll find a new way to fuck it up tomorrow, you'll find a new way to fuck it up the next day. If you can't get a date, well, hey, guess what, buddy? Welcome to the rest of the world. You can't get a job? Welcome to the rest of the world. Sure, shit sucks. You haven't managed it yet. But, you know what's gonna guarantee you never manage it? If you give up. I mean, at the end of the day, the only time you really lose is when you stop trying. Honestly, you know? At the end of the day, that's the only way you're gonna fall off. It's the only way you're gonna actually fail, for real, is when you just stop. So go out there, play that stupid video game you want to have fun with. Do that job you thought you couldn't do. Build that project you know you're not ready for. Do those things that you can't handle. Do those jobs you're not ready for. And eventually, after you fucked up a lot, you're gonna have at least one success, or maybe two. Or you're gonna have a bunch of different stories. You know? Didn't discover one way to make a light bulb work. Discovered 20,000 ways not to make a light bulb. Oh, even if you don't, like... It's like with this. I have not discovered... It's not that I haven't figured out how to beat this fucking Scarlet bullshit, right? It's not that I haven't figured out how to beat EOSD. I've just found a few million ways to not get it done. It's not that I haven't gotten it done, it's just I found out a bunch of ways not to get it done. And I found a bunch of distractions, and I found a bunch of like little skills here and little bits and bobs here and there. And I know that deep down inside, eventually I'm gonna get this done, or maybe I'm not. And even if I don't, I've still got the memories. I've still got the attempts. I still got the failures. I mean, shit. Sometimes a failure is as good a memory as a success. Because it's how you failed and how you dealt with it and how you moved on from it. Fucking hell, man. Every single one of you guys out there, every single person out there has failed at one point or another. And we're all gonna fail again and again and again. It's not the end of it, though. Fucking hell, it doesn't have to be the end of it. Shit, man. Doesn't have to be the end. And I think we got this, man. We just stick firm, we stick true, and we figure out our way out the other side. Fucking hell. Alright, boys. Let's try and find something we can do here. You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna raid people over Kirsha. Fuck it, why not? Fucking hell, why not? Thump. Slash raid Kirsha. Slash raid Kirshi. Slash raid Kirshi. Everybody, I'm gonna raid the folks over on YouTube over there as well if I can. Let's find out. Can I? Can I? Is it working? Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, come on. I gotta be able to raid her, right? Come on, you nerd. Work! Work, 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 work! Hold on. Hold on, it's fine. It's fine. We're gonna do this. Hold on. Oh, what do you mean? I'm fine with, like, not being able to raid her. However, come on, it's gotta work, right? It's gotta fucking work, right? Aw, damn. Oh, well. Hold on. Ah, redirect privilege is needed. Damn. Oh, well. I'm still gonna be able to... What you got? You know what? There we go. I'll read you guys over on YouTube to Mia. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for having a good time. And outro music!